Good morning. The Texas Commission on Law Enforcement meeting is now called to order. I'd like everyone to stand, please, for the presentation of the colors. We will be doing the U.S. and Texas pledge and then the invocation.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
If you all would bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we come before you today with grateful hearts. Thank you for the opportunity to gather and serve our community. Grant them with wisdom as they discuss important matters that impact law enforcement and those that they serve. May their decisions reflect integrity, justice, and compassion. Guide them in fostering unity and understanding among their members, and inspire them to uphold the highest standard in their profession. We ask for your blessings in the name of Jesus. Amen.
And you may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the Tomball Police Department. Gentlemen, thank you so very much for being here today. We have Sergeant Keith Ferguson, Officer Tomiko Hannigan, Officer John Willard, Detective Matthew Maglito, Officer Michael Bertez, and we had the invocation by Sergeant Courtney White. And thank you, Commissioner West, for leading us in the pledges. Let's give Tomball Police Department a round of applause. Fabulous job. Thank you very much, gentlemen, and thank you for being here. You look great today. Melissa, would you please do roll call?
Commissioner Kim Lamo.
Here.
Commissioner Jason Hester.
Here.
Commissioner Justin West.
Here.
Commissioner Patricia Burris.
Present.
Commissioner Jana Atkins. Commissioner Michael Griffiths. Commissioner Justin Berry.
Here.
Commissioner Connor Harvey, and Commissioner Sergio Sines.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you, everyone, for those of you that are here with us in person, and for those of you that are watching online, or for those of you that will watch at some point in the future online. We appreciate you being here. We have a great deal of information to cover today. So I'm going to ask Executive Director that, you and your team, as we go through the staff reports, that we keep those as brief as you can and succinct. For anyone coming up to speak today, there will be, on the agenda items, there will be a 5-minute time frame that you'll need to adhere to. For anyone coming up for public comment, there will be a 3-minute limit. So we need to, like I said, we have a lot of things to get through here today. For my colleagues here, I would again ask the same, that we keep our comments and questions really focused today as we go through the agenda. So any questions on that? And we are going to move to, well, let me back up, I'm sorry. I forgot to thank University of Texas at Austin and Chief, my mind went totally blank on his name. Shane, thank you for allowing us to be here today. We appreciate you sponsoring us, so appreciate that. So we'll move to agenda item number 4, which is the approval of the minutes of the March 3rd Commissioner Workshop and the March 4th Commission meeting.
I make a motion to approve both sets of minutes for the Commissioner Workshop on March 3rd, 2025, and the Commission meeting on March 4th, 2025.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes. We're going to go down to the reports. Executive Director.
Good morning, Madam Presiding Officer. Is that on? All right. And Commissioners, I'm going to just go through a couple of things really quickly. I'll introduce first our 2 new members. They're sworn members. We have Trevor Mickna, who's joined our enforcement team under Deputy Chief Vineyard. He comes to us from Houston PD, from long career at Houston PD. Trevor's here. Okay, and then we have Lynn Ames, who's joined our Field Services Division under Deputy Chief Grissom. He comes to us from Marshall PD. Real briefly on our hiring and recruiting goals, we have 90 people on staff. We do have some positions vacant. We, as you all are aware, we are picking up a lot of new FTEs in the budget, and so we are currently working on some of those job descriptions, and we will have those vacancies posted very soon. Even though a lot of them don't take effect until September 1st, we're going to get a head start on posting those positions to start getting those positions filled, so we can hopefully be 100% staffed as quickly as possible. I always talk about outreach. Even though during the legislative session we've been very busy and staying mostly in Austin, we have still been able to interact face-to-face with almost 1,000 of our licensees. Some of the significant events here recently, yesterday I was with the State Fire Marshal discussion group, about 150 people in Plano, and in Tuesday morning, Colin and I started our day in San Marcos at the Deputy Chiefs Conference. I think there was more than 100 there, probably 120 folks. We attended the DPS graduation here recently, as well as the Game Wardens graduation. Several of us just got back from the IADLIST annual conference in Charlotte, North Carolina, and then we hosted the Midwest region IADLIST meeting here in Austin. Some attended from our regional states, and a lot attended online as well. That is a significant thing, something I'm going to cover here in just a minute. We've also started a pilot internship program, paid internship program for this summer. That's new for us. We have 3 We had several people apply. I think it was 7 or so, give or take a little, around that number. We chose 3. I hope I don't harm the names too bad. Gracilia De Leon, Andrea Rodriguez, and Amy Sanchez joined last week, and they'll be with us for the summer in paid intern positions as they work towards career goals and educational goals. The budget, you all are, I think, aware of that. I'm going to let Brian and Gretchen talk more about that. One of the more significant things is we are picking up 47 new full-time position with the budget. That's going to be a heavy task, but we're gonna meet that for sure. And then my final thing is that we are the timeline. You all asked me in our last meeting and in a couple of workshops. One of the things that we'll discuss, I think, in the future on the Class A and Class B waivers, that has come up to look at possible changes to that process, and you all had asked me to see what other states did and around the country how that might be done. And during that Midwest region meeting and during some other IADLEST meetings and other opportunities to interact with other states, and then at the national conference, we've brought that up several times. And unfortunately, I didn't get a lot of good information. It seems to be sort of all over the place. There's no consistencies. Just a couple of the things very briefly. A lot of the states seem to do, well, we're one of the few states that do any kind of waiver. Most of the states, they've got a standard, that's it. Some of the states have exceptions to those, and it's all misdemeanor type behavior. Obviously, all of the states, no convicted felons can become peace officers, so we're very similar there. For the misdemeanor type crimes, again, it's all over the board. One thing I did find is that some of the states, they take it crime by crime. They list the types of crimes that are exclusionary, and some crimes, they do offer exceptions for those. A lot of the states use moral turpitude type crimes. That can get a little bit subjective, I suppose. I think that what might be considered for future workshops or to talk about are certainly, to make it more streamlined, are crimes that have been decriminalized or legalized. In other words, UCW, that crime really doesn't exist anymore. And if we had someone who had a Class A misdemeanor conviction from the 90s for UCW, that seems pretty straightforward rather than them having to get a waiver for that. So that's just one example. So we did find some things like that. We did talk about changing the 5-year waiting period. Some of the states don't have anything like that. If they do offer an exception, it's an exception without a waiting period. So that was one of the things that came up. And then again, the idea that a lot of the states, and it would be somewhat of a daunting task, but not insurmountable, to go through all of the Class A misdemeanors and decide, and then list those crime by crime. This is a prohibitive offense that we would not offer a waiver for, and this offense we would. I can tell you that we already do that. You all delegate to me to look at the waivers when they come in, and with the presiding officer and assistant presiding officer, they know that I already look at those, and I don't approve one to bring to you if it's an assaultive offense, if it's not an isolated offense. Person may only have a Class A misdemeanor conviction for something, but they've been handled by the police on a number of other occasions. It's not an isolated indiscretion in their young life. I don't bring you that waiver because there's just too much there. So we already sort of do that, but that could be codified, I suppose. So that's what I found out. That's my feedback to you on that. There's obviously more discussion on that we could have in another venue besides my brief report. That concludes my prepared remarks for my report. I'm happy to answer any questions for you.
Okay, Greg, let's go ahead and put that on the agenda for the next workshop.
I will, yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll move on to Deputy Director Grissom.
Good morning, Commissioners. Keep my report succinct. We have 2 new curricula that have been published. One is a revision of the new supervisor's course. The second is the basic instructor course. Those have both been published after periods of public comment. Between now and the next meeting, we should receive the work product on the the job task analysis from Sam Houston State researchers. Their interim report is included in your packet if you're interested in seeing that. Education Services is currently working on a TCOLE course for individual licensees on duties and responsibilities of licensees. We'll actually talk about that in agenda item number 9. The other inclusion in your packet, and be happy to discuss it offline, is the interim report on the peer network and the good work that the peer network is doing. So that's been included in your packet for your review. That's all I have unless someone has questions.
I do have a comment. If you didn't pick up on what Colin said, is these new courses are opened up for public opinion. So I would ask those of you here in the room and those of you watching to please take advantage of that. We have the opportunity to review those before they're finalized and provide input. So I appreciate everyone that is on the committees that have already, committed people to review those and to help TCOLE develop these. But once they're developed, we have an opportunity to provide additional input before they're finalized. So let's take advantage of that. Anyway, any other comments or questions? Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to Director Capurro, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. I have also a very brief report this morning. I'd like to start with Target 100. Iris has the latest progress towards 100% for you. As you can see, we're 2.5 months out now from the training, unit training and cycle training deadline. Jailers are at 79%, telecommunicators are at 75%, and peace officers are at 70%. This is, I think the fact that the jailers are already at 97% really speaks to the fact that we are on the right track with our adjusted approach towards compliance. The telecommunicators and peace officers do have more complicated training requirements, and the peace officers have several courses that are in-person only, not available online. The telecommunicators also have a prerequisite that's in person for one of their courses, so there are some more hurdles to overcome this cycle as compared to the previous cycle. We have been communicating directly with the large departments, the largest 25 departments. We send them regular reports, and we get a lot of good feedback. We're seeing a lot of progress in that area, and because of that, we're starting to focus our concentration on the mid-sized departments. We've got about 40 that we're looking at that have a higher ratio of licensees that need training still compared to their department size, and we're working with the field service agents to help us communicate directly with those agencies. We will continue, as we have with this project, to evaluate our processes, adjust, and continue to monitor so that we can start that cycle over. Evaluate, adjust, and monitor. We have two more emails that will be going out before the unit and cycle ends, and we will also be sending out 2 more text messages, kind of staggered across the next 2.5 months. Other than Target 100, we have several major IT projects going right now to close out our sunset requirements and some of our large initiatives. I don't have any news to share publicly yet, but I'm excited with the progress that we're making, and at this point have no significant concerns about our timelines. And if you have any questions, please let me know.
Jessica, I just want to say thanks. I'm one of the agencies that gets your large report that we get from staff, and where did TJ go? He's somewhere in here. Oh, there he is, right there, right in front of me. Pay attention. Yeah, sorry, TJ. So I'm not aware of what it looks like for the mid or small size agencies. So the graphs that I get on mine from you guys, can they run that in TCOLEs at the other agencies and get that same view?
Yes, sir. So what that is it's just a compilation of all the reports that you could run yourself as a training coordinator combined into one table under different tabs, and then some of the information is isolated at the front. We did this based on the success we had 2 years ago with the large agencies and the number of them that got to 100%, and what we found is we're sending this to the 25 largest agencies. We don't have questions, we don't have problems with the reports, like they're just hitting the ground running. I think several of our agencies are well over 95%, which is amazing in June if we look at our historical numbers. We have some that are further down. What I did opposite of that is, as Jessica referred to, look for agencies with 10 or more licensees that had an 80% or higher non-compliance rate. We sorted out, I think, 44, and then we sent those to the FSAs and asked them to make contact with somebody there, make notes about who they spoke with and what their phone number was. And that way my team can do the follow-up. We don't have to use sworn resources to do that. Their liaison can make the initial contact, but then we can follow up and help them with what you're talking about. Do you need help running the reports? Do you need help accessing information? Do you have a plan in place? And so we're just targeting the resources we're using for the smaller agencies. But all the things that you get in that combined report are available in TCOLEs right now.
Perfect. Is there ever going to be a chance, because I know Irish time's out just because of the sheer numbers, is kind of some of the issues, but do you foresee in your future rollouts where that's no longer an issue?
Yes, we are working on a older framework for our reporting system, and that will require a complete refactor of the way that works, but that is something that is on our roadmap.
Very good. Thank you. I appreciate the work on that. Staff's doing a great job. Thank you.
I think that summary sheet, we want to be a dashboard available to anybody in the agency, so you can just see at a glance that stuff without going into the reports as well.
Yes, sir. It's very, very good. Very good.
I think another topic for the next workshop, Jessica and I were talking before the meeting. I'd like to talk a little bit about the data. Jessica, you and your team are doing an amazing job. And you're also being very flexible and adaptive, as our technology, as we get more enhanced technology and we have more options and resources, including people available to us, you're being very flexible and adapting to that. But one of the things that we were talking about is, I think sometimes we have data that's important in the moment, but maybe, because we're focusing on that, but maybe a year or 2 or 5 later, we've solved that issue and we've moved on, but a lot of times we don't drop off the work that it takes to put all of that information together. So I'd like to look at the data, where we're going. Is it providing us with the information that we need as commissioners? Is it focusing on the right things? And are there some things that we focused on 5 years ago that maybe we're not really using today? We've passed that and things are working really, really well. Maybe we go to just looking at anomalies in certain areas. So I think that as our capabilities are being enhanced, that we just need to kind of continually look at that and make sure that we're capturing what we need to be capturing. So if we could add that to the agenda item next time for the workshop, that'd be great. Any other comments or questions? Okay, we will move on to Deputy Chief TJ Vineyard to talk about our enforcement.
Good morning. I'll also try to be brief, but I do have several topics I want to touch on, not just for your benefit, but because they affect so many of the agencies and licensees that we partner with every day. One of them is the reports of the L2, L3, and fit for duty examination failures. We continue to receive those. We have largely transitioned that to under Gretchen's team to the new records division. We continue to work with them in that transition process and getting up to speed and some of the education things we're doing, tying up loose ends, but for the most part, those are now going to our records division. We've also started receiving misconduct investigation reports. So the rule has gone into effect. We do not have a process in TCOLEs, but Aaron and the legal team built a bridge form, so the form is now up on the website. Agencies can get that. They can send us that form electronically or in the mail. Jessica and I also worked with our records manager to, Jessica actually built a digital solution that allows them to enter those, catalog that information, so when the TCOLEs process is finished, we can transition all the data over rather than getting behind and having a backlog of misconduct investigation reports when that electronic process goes up. My team continues to process FAST applications for the college academies. Again, in tracking the data, my team looking at that, we found one outlier college that had submitted over 400 sets of prints and everybody else had less than 100. We got with the field service team and worked with them and identified the problem in which they were at orientations, sending people to get fingerprints. And over the last several weeks, we've seen that drop off, and they're more consistent with the other academies, saving us some resources. We're still tracking the school-based law enforcement certifications, and that number continues to improve. The number of people who are missing the deadline is single digits now, and those who had not gotten certified are almost all caught up. And then we're working on the Target 100 efforts that Jessica referenced. The last thing I want to touch on are the wrap-back changes. So with the change in the E1 reporting, we've been working with agencies to make sure they understand. I actually had one agency that was concerned that they needed to take additional steps. I made it very clear we're trying to make it easier, not more difficult. We're relying on wrap-back as a primary notification tool. We have found that there are agencies that are not getting people subscribed or they're fingerprinting them after appointment. But because we have gotten to, I think, mid-90s in our subscription percentage, we're now able to focus on those as they come in, and I'm having them follow up with the agencies directly to find out where the problem is. Sometimes it's misspelling of names or numbers were recorded wrong. Some of them, their process is flawed, and we help them find a better way to improve the process. So the numbers are small, but the impact will be substantial over the next several years, and we now have the resources to do that since our subscription numbers have reached the point that they have. That's all I have unless you have any questions.
Madam Chair,
Now that I drew your attention.
now that I know exactly where you're sitting. So the long-term thing to think about is how you unenroll folks that, you know, after their license goes invalid, so that you don't maintain a not active record, and then when you can survive the audit whenever the Bureau comes in and does the audit on that. So you have a plan in place to unenroll those folks?
I do. So fortunately for us, really the only time they go inactive is if their license is canceled or revoked, which are single-digit numbers, and we can work directly with legal on that, or when they go inactive, which is at the end of a unit training cycle or training unit. So we have plans in place for that. But what my team does is, and I know they do it at least once a month, I think they actually do it more often than that, is they run a report. We dump our wrap-back subscription, run it against our database, and then we look for everyone who has an active license who's not subscribed and everyone who's in there who we don't have an active license for. And so we rectify that at least monthly to make sure that there's no outliers that we missed.
Perfect. My other ask is for those agencies, like, you know, if we arrest somebody that's a licensee that may be active but not actively appointed or something like that, I think there's some letters still going out on certain letters, but if you'll just send us an email asking for the stuff, I think that can cut down on some postage and other expenses to be able to do that. So I don't know what your...
That's my goal, and of course the key is getting to the right person. With the larger agencies, we generally know who that is. With the smaller agencies, we don't. That was the county that reached out to me. They were concerned that they needed to add a checkbox to their booking form. Are you a TCOLE licensee? And they needed to create this whole new process. I made it clear that you don't, that we will contact you if there's an arrest and tell you what information we need. My hope, and I had this conversation with Jessica yesterday, is that we can actually embed that process in TCOLEs, where you will get a notification, you can go in, drop in the attachments and submit it through TCOLED, so that your agency will already have the defined person who's supposed to receive that. We'll have that queue, and then you'll be able to respond to us.
Perfect.
So again, that's long-term solution.
Yeah,
We have
long-term, it'll be great once we get through all the changes that you need, and it'll be more of an automated process, because it should just marry up when you build on. So, great work, thank you.
Yeah, I had a quick question. So June 1st was the date for a lot of the agencies to adopt the model policies. Are we seeing compliance from all those agencies in the adoption of those model policies?
So the field service agents are working on that project. I'll let Colin.
Okay.
Yeah, the field service agents are acting as the primary capture point for the model policies. They were arriving faster than the field service agents could catalog and input them into the system. So even though the date passed June 1, we're still at the entry point across most of those. I think we've got a pretty high rate of compliance. We do have a couple of agencies that either have their city or county legal or HR that we're going to have to do some negotiation with, and John and the legal team have stepped up to do those things. But I think we have a pretty high rate, but I don't have a concrete number for you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for TJ? Thank you, sir. We'll now move to Director Grigsby, and I don't know if you have anything for us today or not.
Yeah, there's not been much going on this year. So I will give you a brief session recap, and I would like to start by pointing out that among Chief Stevens' numbers for outreach do not include the many, many contacts at the Capitol, both meetings, legislative testimony, et cetera. So the numbers are actually quite a bit higher. We tracked a total of 99 bills this legislative session that would have a direct impact to TCOLE, 16 of which passed, which if you use the typical legislative session ratio of bills filed to bills passed, that tracks pretty closely. Last session, we were tracking 81 bills, and I don't recall how many of those passed, but this session we're dealing with 16. Among those, the key bills that I will point out, one of the items that I received direction from you all on last session was to focus on making sure our officers are paid comparable with their Schedule C peers, and fortunately the legislature recognized that the importance of their role, and so that they have granted that for our sworn officers that work for TCOLE, so they will be paid consistent with their Schedule C peers and are actually moved into the Schedule C pay schedule. So that is very good news for recruitment and for retention for our sworn officer positions. We also worked on a bill related to fire marshal responsibilities and agency creation. We worked with Senator Perry on that, and that bill, there were some concerns coming out of North Texas with a fire marshal's office or two that were maybe getting a little bit out of scope. And so the bill that passed establishes what a fire marshal's office is responsible for and ensures that any law enforcement agencies created have a constitutional or statutory backing within the Code of Criminal Procedure. We also worked on a bill that requires a certificate for law enforcement polygraphs. So it is a proficiency certificate specifically for polygraphs for a criminal investigation or for pre-employment for a law enforcement position. So it's not saying to be a polygrapher in the state of Texas you have to have this certificate, but it is limited for those purposes. And so we worked closely with DPS on that. Of course, they've got the historical polygraph background and some very important subject matter experts within their agency. And so that was one of the bills that passed. Among those that did not pass but could potentially come up next session is for TCOLE to license TDCJ correctional officers. That was something that TDCJ was looking at as they were going through their sunset process to professionalize their workforce. That did not pass, but again, that's something that could be a next session potential. Also related to reserve peace officers and looking at that comprehensively. There was a bill that was filed that would have initially restricted their authority, period, not allowing them to operate outside of their jurisdiction where they are appointed. That turned into a reporting bill where chief administrators would need to report the hours worked by reserves appointed by their agency within their jurisdiction, so what benefit are they providing for their community, and hours worked outside of their jurisdiction. Again, this piece of legislation, while it did not pass, we have reason to believe that there will be an interim charge designated for legislative committees to look at leading up to next legislative session. It was certainly an item of attention among the legislature that they want to take a closer look at, and so that's something that we will likely be working on in the interim in partnership with those legislative committees. Out of the 24 filed training bills, 3 passed that affect our licensees, and 2 of them are BPOC related but are very minor tweaks. One was House Bill 33, and House Bill 33 does a number of things. That's the Uvalde Strong Act, a number of school safety matters, and law enforcement response to active shooter matters that was passed by Representative McLaughlin, who at the time of the Uvalde shooting was the mayor of the city, so he has a very strong interest in making sure that responses to those types of situations is improved. But related to our licensees and the BPOC, it wanted to ensure that all officers receive NIMS training, the National Incident Management System, which is actually something that is already included in the BPOC, and so that's an easy accomplishment for us to take care of. And the other minor update to the BPOC relates to existing training for epinephrine. The way the statute is worded, epinephrine auto-injectors, but there has been some additional methods of delivery for epinephrine, and so it's a mere expansion to include nasal sprays as well. So very minor change, something that's easy to accomplish for us. The one thing that did pass requires jailers on interacting with veterans in the criminal justice system. We will be working with the Veterans Commission on that, and it does not require so important thing to remember, it does not require an expansion of the number of hours of the jailer course, but is to be constructed within the existing number of hours related to mental health and interactions and de-escalation. So that is something that we will be working on. Again, back to the budget, that was, I would say, the primary focus of our efforts this legislative session, and we did have some pretty strong success. I'm excited to report. Most of this I will let Brian cover in more detail, but just generally it includes an expanded field agent pool. It includes some resources for our IT. Obviously, we're a very IT-heavy agency, and more so every day, and so we've got some additional staff and resources for that. The high school criminal justice career pipeline that we had been talking about leading up to the legislative session, we're very excited about to help not only law enforcement agencies that have a hard time hiring jailers and telecommunicators, it helps the students that can come out of school, come out of high school, job ready to go into those positions, and it potentially reduces the reliance on temporary licenses from the TCOLE perspective, where these folks can come out of high school locked and loaded, ready to go and go to work. So that is a very exciting thing, and we've got some FTEs dedicated to that so that we can get the word out and help support those school districts that are looking to implement that. We also got some compliance analysts, so all of the Target 100 discussions that we've been talking today can help along with that. Training oversight, we got some new bodies to oversee the academy and continuing education provider processes. Of course, Schedule C was something that we've already talked about. That's something that I'm probably the most proud of this legislative session. We've got some support for our legal team and records. So the records division that we've talked about, that TJ mentioned earlier, Camille Stone-Stanton is the supervisor there, and she's working on building out her team, so we're hoping to get her some additional staff. And I will say one of the ways that we're accomplishing that, we didn't get the full ask for that exceptional item, so we're getting a little bit creative on how we help support that team. And one way we're doing that, I would like to recognize that Ken Mobley has retired after 15 years of service to TCOLE, so thank him for that service. And in addition, we are repurposing his position to apply that for records so that we can make the best use of the existing positions that we've got. We will supplement that with some temporary staff where needed. So we'll have a few FTEs and then some temporaries. And I do think as we stand up this process, there will be a bit more work on the front end. You know, as we get the confidential database developed out that the IT team is working on. We're receiving some records. We'll have some more data entry situations to deal with. And then once that's input into the ultimate system, it won't be as much work as we go along. One other note on Ken's retirement, so the flags that are available to the next of kin of active and honorably retired peace officers, that process is now being taken over by Melissa, in addition to her other responsibilities. So we will see, we're gonna continue to support her as needed, but she's agreed to take that on and so far has been doing a really fantastic job of that. I will conclude by mentioning that our Achievement Awards ceremony is tomorrow at the State Capitol in the House of Representatives chamber. We're very excited to be back at the Capitol. We will be honoring 31 individuals tomorrow. I want to give special thanks to our judging panel, Chief Lance Richburg of the Pampa Police Department, Sheriff Mark Davis of Hardin County, Constable Chad Jordan of Hood County Precinct 4, Officer Thomas Thompson of the Lubbock Police Department, and Mr. Pat Rios was our public member serving on our judging panel. So special thanks to them. The selected nominees are in your packet and will be taken up under agenda item 18. Nominations are accepted throughout the year. They can be submitted by any elected official or any TCOLE licensee. So we hope to get a really great representative sample of the great work that our officers are doing looking toward the next year's ceremony. That concludes my remarks unless you have any questions.
Madam Chair, I don't really have a question. I do have a comment, Gretchen. So, you know, you and I spent a lot of time at the Capitol along with the executive director, and Colin was there too. And it's very difficult on being government relations and being a resource. And so I just want to say thank you. I know you helped me prepare for some of our testimony. I agree with you. The Schedule C bill was a huge win for the agency, and I think it will help this agency long after all of us sitting here are no longer here in our positions. And so it's a big win for the agency, and we appreciate the governor, lieutenant governor, and speaker, and the legislative support for that. So thank you, and to Greg and all you guys for all your work.
Yeah, same kind of quick comment on the exceptional work the whole agency and staff and the executive team did this year. Greg, your first year, you jumped right into it. So well done. I did want to point out that just a second ago, Gretchen said we are an IT-heavy agency, which, you know, if you were looking at me, put a little smirk on my face, because that was not what it was like 10 years ago when I first got on the commission. Like, it was a dream. I mean, paper files, handwritten things, barely able to function IT-wise. So it's just such a great push and such great work. And to get the additional 9 FTEs is just going to help so much. And the funding last session for the databases, you know, and the programs and the software and the hardware. And Jessica, you've done an amazing job, you and your team, at just great work, guys. And, you know, just such amazing trajectory from 10 years ago. So, well done.
Any other comments or questions? To echo my colleagues, thank you to all the staff. I know that there was primarily 3 of you that spent your time at the Capitol, but it takes a team to put together the data and the resources that you needed to do your jobs effectively. Let me echo the thanks to the governor, lieutenant governor, speaker, all of the legislators that supported this. This is going to allow us as an agency to provide more services, to provide better and an elevated level of services, much higher quality services to our constituents and licensees across the state, but ultimately it serves the citizens of Texas well. So we appreciate the support, especially in the areas of field services and IT. We thank everybody internally. I also want to recognize the fact that we worked with a lot of different agencies, from the chiefs, the constables, and the sheriff's associations, to CLEAT and TMPA and our labor groups, as well as many, many, many other groups to make this happen. And I think that by working together, and working together does not equate to we always agree on everything, because we don't. But I think that we're very effectively and productively working through differences and making sure that everyone's needs are met. And again, ultimately, it serves our licensees, our agencies, our training providers, and the citizens of Texas by doing so. So thank you for everyone's efforts, especially staff on that. Appreciate it. And we'll move to Brian, and you have some happy news for us.
Good morning, Commissioners. I wanted to provide one quick update, and that, of course, is what we've been speaking about this morning, is the state budget being finalized, and the legislature has invested additional resources into Texas law enforcement. Some of the items of note that might be interesting to the law enforcement community in TCOLE's budget are the doubling of field service agents. This will improve assistance to agencies and further the goals of sunset legislation from the 88th session. We'll have the enhanced ability to analyze data and trends to help chief administrators and training coordinators to proactively identify issues. We'll be creating a dedicated team to help academies and training providers to ensure the quality training delivery and providing on-site technical assistance. We'll continue down the path of modernizing our information environments through IT infrastructure improvements, database modernization, cybersecurity, and secure cloud services. We'll be creating the high school criminal justice career pipeline that will aid in the recruitment of qualified individuals. There will be a new statewide police recruitment initiative that will establish a recruitment website specifically for Texas law enforcement agencies. And finally, we will deliver a law enforcement staff vacancy report, which will include comparisons among full-time, part-time positions, sworn and non-sworn positions, different sizes and types of law enforcement agencies, as well as across regions that may have different costs of living. That report will be submitted to the legislature, and we expect it to be finalized before November 1st, 2026. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Good luck keeping up with all the new stuff.
I think those of us that work for law enforcement agencies knows that one of the most pressing issues that we have in our profession today is recruitment and retention. So could someone from staff just briefly speak to what TCOLE as an agency is doing to assist with that challenge?
So I think first, Madam Presiding Officer, is acknowledging that TCOLE has a role to play, and as I go out and as other members of the executive, the directors level and staff, we go out across the country, we go out and participate with IATLAS, but go out across the state and in that effort, speak before chiefs associations, the Sheriff's Association of Texas, speak before constables, and groups of officers with the labor organizations, and find out what it is that we can do to help with that, provide training, work in partnership to make sure that training, whatever we can do to make sure that training is available. Again, with the Target 100, the goal there is that rather than discipline on the back end, to get the training done on the front end, because first and foremost, officers need the training, and that's what we would look forward to have the best trained officers in the state. The effort at the proliferation of small agencies across the state, as we look at those, we are actively engaging in partnerships to help consolidate, a manner of consolidating to where there's opportunities for officers to join larger agencies where they have the ability to grow, to promote, to have better training, things like that. But again, it's an effort of partnering with agencies when they're doing their background investigations. TJ and his team have stood up, working with all of the other staff, background investigation school that we've gotten a ton of great feedback from, that I think is helpful just at its face value, but also provides the ability for agencies to recruit the best of the best. And I think you guys have all heard me say that that one of the big challenges in recruiting and retention, people want to be a part of something good. They want to be a part of a great organization. It's more than pay. Pay matters, but it's more than that. People want to join a professional organization. And so as we work through issues where we see that an agency didn't understand some of the hiring rules, and it looked like it simply was ignorance of the standards, ignorance of that, and we can offer up, instead of discipline, how about you send your background investigation officers to training? That, I think, in the long term is going to help them create a much higher standard in their organization, and that's what people want to be a part of, and that's going to help them with recruiting and retention. My conversation with TPCA's recruiting and retention board, I'm a part of that. They meet every Wednesday. I don't make all of them, but I make some of them. They meet virtually. They've got great opportunities that they're doing across the state. I've had a couple of conversations with sheriffs to try to do something similar, and they're seeing real gains. And Steve Dye, Chief Steve Dye, is the leader of that committee, and their philosophy is, it sounds kind of counterproductive, but if you raise standards, you bring in more people. And one of the results of their committee is, in our budget, it showed up and we didn't know about it. We got a little bit of a heads up call, literally like 5-10 minutes, is the TPCA writer, or is the writer for recruiting and retention, that is a partnership between us and TPCA for a website to be established for statewide recruiting and retention. So that's like a direct thing that you can see. And again, that is a product of what they're doing and we're working on with them. But as I said before, there's a lot of stuff we're doing that's sort of behind the scenes. We want to create more visible things with TMPA, with CLEAT, with SAT, with the Sheriff's Association of Texas, with the Constables Associations, if nothing more than the fact that we have the ability to quickly reach every licensee in the state. We have those distribution channels. We can reach every agency across the state. And so however we can help to do that, we want to be on board with that. And again, I'm going to go back to and close out with saying that it starts with TCOLE recognizing that we have a role to play in recruiting and retention for Texas law enforcement. And it's in nearly every spiel that I did it, I always put this word out. I did it Tuesday morning in San Marcos with the chief deputies, and I did it yesterday morning with the fire marshal discussion group in Plano. It starts with all of us, especially in leadership positions. This is one of the spills I give, is that some of the old heads, a good friend of mine, I'll hear him talking to a group about how it's so different. I wouldn't join law enforcement. No way I'd start this career over, and I wouldn't let my kid get into law enforcement. And then 20 minutes later, he's talking to some people over here saying, I don't know why people won't sign up. We can't get people to take the test or whatever. And I challenge that. I think that's what we all in police leadership should do. And I start that myself. And I say, well, maybe you're the problem. Maybe if you stop talking negatively about it over here, because I disagree with him, he actually would start it again. It's what he knows. It's his career. It's his industry. It's what he knows how to do. And he would start over today. It is always a good time to be in law enforcement, and it's a great time to be in Texas law enforcement. I loved when I started. You can argue it was better, but you get into a modern patrol car, it's like a rocket ship. All the technology, everything is amazing. And I think it's that narrative, and I've taken it upon myself in our agency, so the field service agents, the investigators, but the civilians as well, the attorneys, the IT folks, everyone, to talk positively about law enforcement, and in particular Texas law enforcement, and how it is an amazing job. It's the most fun you'll ever have doing good law enforcement. And that's the key role that we're playing, and we're going to keep that momentum going and keep that flywheel spinning. Every conversation we have, it's always a good time to be in law enforcement, and it's always a great time to be in Texas law enforcement. There it is. That's it. That's what we do. That's our role to play right there.
I see a recruiting video here.
Hey, we're not having problems filling classes. I don't know about anybody else, but we're doing just fine.
Well, let me take the opportunity, Greg, to thank you and the whole team. You guys are doing an amazing job. We are moving fast. We have a lot of things on our plates. I think, we're doing a lot of great things. We've done a lot of great things over the last several years, and that momentum is continuing. In fact, if anything, I think it's picking up. So appreciate everyone's dedication and commitment and your hard work and your enthusiasm for this, and look forward to the future for law enforcement, for Texas law enforcement, and for TCOLE's role, the role that we all play in that. So thank you so much, everyone. Any other questions or comments? Okay, we're going to move to agenda item number 6, which is to receive updates and take action on the internal audit that was conducted recently by Weaver and Associates.
Good morning.
And if you could state your name, sir, for the record.
Yes, I'm Dan Graves. I'm a partner with Weaver, the internal auditor the outsourced internal auditor for TCOLE. So, pleasure being here. One of my staff and associates was here last time because I had a scheduling conflict, so this is my first time to present to you. I can keep this pretty short, although we have a rather lengthy report over our internal audit over enforcement, our first internal audit for the agency. I can keep it pretty short for you. So our plan in our status report as of May 21st that we provided to you in your packet, I think it's there. We have 3 things on the internal audit plan for this year: an enforcement audit, a credentialing and licensing audit, and then our internal audit risk assessment to build our plan for next year. We have completed the enforcement audit. It was issued May 20th. We have issued that with a satisfactory report rating. So we have a scale you'll see on pages 17 and 18 of the report, and we have that scale is satisfactory is the middle rating. We have a strong, satisfactory, and unsatisfactory, and so you've received a satisfactory rating. The audits for this year are really a design focus, so we look at the processes and internal controls from a design standpoint, and then there will be remediation for any findings that we have, and then we will go and test the effectiveness of those processes later. We did have 5 findings in this report. 3 were risk rated low, 2 were risk rated as moderate, and those definitions and scale are on page 18 of the report. Nothing here that really provides me much heartburn, really. The summary of those are there were 2 of the low risk items were really process improvements. 1 low risk and 1 moderate rated risk were really about having some policies and procedures, and 1 was moderate rated risk was really about system integration. And all of these, as earlier mentioned, do have quite a bit of IT component to them, just from an automation and process improvement standpoint. With that, management provided all their responses. we didn't have any issues with the responses they provided to those and the remediation dates. And we will have this on next year's internal audit plan as a follow-up to validate the remediation actions taken by the agency. Any questions? I'm happy to dive in deeper in the report and answer any questions, but I know you're wanting to move the meeting along, so I'll pause for any questions you might have on that.
I'm looking at Jessica because really it falls heavy on you. We did have the report in our packets.
Okay, great.
We've reviewed it all. I figured I'd wait till now to hear kind of more from you and Greg about the five findings and where we are on that and what we're seeing going forward.
Yeah, I believe that 4 of the 5 were IT heavy. So one being the complaint intake process. We currently have a form on our website, but it is manually filled out by the person outside of TCOLE and then submitted to TCOLE, and then that's input into our system, sometimes with missing data points. So we will be automating that process, and I think that is looking like that's about a year out. The notification automation was something that TJ and I have been talking about for a very long time. We continue to take steps to position ourselves towards being able to accomplish that, but we do have tools in which we can make that happen now. We're looking to start this automation process for our next training unit. So the notices that will go out, instead of us compiling them manually and then sending them out, we're looking to have them go out automated as we approach the end of that next training unit. In addition to that, I am working on hiring a compliance analyst, not a traditional compliance analyst. It's a business analyst focused on our compliance needs. And I've already, even though we don't have the funding for that position until September, I'm working with HR to develop that job description and get that posted immediately. That's my priority #1 position. And I hope to have them in before September so that we can get them up to speed on kind of bridging some of the gaps with regard to compliance and documenting compliance needs and kind of managing some of those projects across all the teams. It's something that touches the whole agency. We are also building in, we continue to mature our development practices. That was a brand new team just 3 years ago. And so we've created structures like having a pre-production and a production environment so we can do testing, having a ticketing system, a way to roll out our deployments in a more automated fashion as well. So as we continue to mature that, we are continuing to mature our practices on quality assurance as well. And that business analyst is going to be a huge asset in helping to bridge between what TCOLE staff ask for in reporting needs, and then the development team deploying it, and then coming back and making sure it's what was asked for and communicating back to the person who requested it. And then there's the integrations with Mark 43, which we knew we were going to have to do at one point. Again, all of these findings of things that we've been wanting to do for a long time now, but we had to get started with a case management system. We did not have that capability. So the first step we had to take was get the case management system, start using it, integrate later. But as we build the confidential database and all the other components to the Sunset Bill, we are getting closer to getting to that point where we're going to have to do the integration anyway, so there's overlap with other projects on the roadmap, and that's how we're going to accomplish some of the legacy data finding.
I guess the good thing to hear from Dan is obviously staff is very responsive to you, and it seems like, and in your report, you kind of list what they've responded with, kind of timelines and things like that. So it was very comprehensive. So I appreciate that. But yeah, kind of at the end of the day, it's just maybe identifying a priority list on some of these things that are, they could cause us trouble. So I think that was great about it, and I guess we'll come back and look at it. I know some are going to be fairly quick fixes, and again, reading it, I'm like, we've been talking about doing some of these things for years now, and it's just we're finally able to be at the point where we can implement some of these things. So we recognize that, or I recognize that reading through the report. Some taking years is it's painful. I wish we could do it quicker, but.
If I could reinforce that, because that's been the most rewarding part in this process with Weaver, is these are all things that we've talked about, all that we've planned on, is to help bring clarity and prioritize and put timelines. But I think the best example is that complaint portal. We talked about that when I was a sergeant investigator and looked at simple solutions, but it didn't make sense till we got a records management system, and then it's one that we can integrate with that records management system. And so Jessica and I meet every day. I'm not a patient person. There's a lot of things I want to do, but we try to be cognizant of not wasting resources and building short-term solutions that are not going to get us where we need to be in 3 to 5 years. So I think they've appropriately prioritized and managed those projects. We know what they need to be, and now we're able to do them in order where they're going to build on each other. So I think this helped bring clarity to what we've been working on for several years.
Along that same lines, one of the findings here is on establishing a formal change validation process and controls. What are you doing with that particular portion right now?
Yeah, that plays into.
But do you have a way to track it, everything?
Absolutely,
Okay.
and I want to be really clear, because that's not a change management issue. It's a quality assurance issue, and the business analyst is going to help supplement the development team a great deal by ensuring that those requirements are met at the quality that staff want them to be.
Well, I think the other thing too, whether it's Lisa or TJ or any one of the staff finds something in the system that needs, hey, this isn't functioning the way it needs to, there has to be some kind of documentation that everyone knows this is the process in order to send this to IT to get it fixed and get on the roadmap or make a story or whatever it is.
We have that process in place. It's a triage meeting.
It's just not an email that you're tracking on a Big Chief tablet, right? So you have all that stuff taken care of. So
yes.
As long as you're good, we're good, because that will work. And then secondly, I will tell you on IT projects, to Commissioner Burris's point, they are so long to get done in the current process in state procurement, DIR requirements. You will be pushing the biennium to get what we got coming September 1 to get across the finish line. And so it's going to take a priority part of that in order for you to do it, or you're going to be going back asking for UB authority because you hadn't got it finished. So just make sure that you stay on task with that, and make sure that it's getting done, because it's an arduous process if you got to go to CAT-RAT or anything else that you have to do for that to get across the finish line. So good luck.
Good luck.
And thank you to you guys. Your firm is very well recommended within y'all's group of auditors. So we have auditors at my agency, and when y'all were selected, I did some asking around. They're like, oh no, they're good. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and I will say, and just compliment Deputy Chief Vineyard and his staff. They were very responsive, very helpful, very open throughout the process, and so compliment them for how they responded to the very first internal audit the agency's ever had. So I appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
As far as the rest of our report, we have credentialing and licensing. We're in process there. We're going to wrap that one up fairly shortly. And then we also have risk assessment. We actually have meetings scheduled on the 16th and 18th of this month to get that completed and executed so that we can build an internal audit plan for next year. The only other remaining report other than the credentialing and licensing report that we have is there is an annual internal audit report. And so being this is your first year of internal audit, just to brief you on that, the Texas Internal Audit Act has a standard internal audit report format. The State Auditor's Office gives us that format usually the first week of August, and that report has to be completed and filed by November 1st, and we send that to the SAO, the LBB, and the Governor's Office, and they all receive that report, and we send those to those. We send them to those agencies on your behalf, and so I will be bringing that at a later date as well. Those are the last two things in our internal audit plan for this year.
Well, thank you for all your great work, you and your team's work, and we look forward to hearing about the next phase and what you have. But I think what gives me some peace is the fact that you're seeing the same thing that staff has identified, and it's not, I don't think that there was anything in your findings that was a surprise to anyone, but it kind of goes back, kind of echo my colleagues, Patricia and Jason, is that now that we have, thanks to the legislators in the governor's office and the lieutenant governor's office for supporting us in the budget, but we now have the capacity and the means. Because the reason that you had the audit findings is that 5 years ago, we didn't have the capacity to address these. There just wasn't, enough staff. That's really what it boils down to. I mean, we're a service agency, so it's about staff.
All about resources, staffing and budget, and that's not uncommon.
Yes.
What we find with
yes.
the various agencies that we work with. I agree.
So I think now, especially after this session, we're going to have the capacity to move forward and doing these. I actually look forward to y'all coming back in and maybe doing just a cursory review of how we're doing in the implementation, because I think now we have the ability to implement these and hopefully beyond your expectations and others. So
that will be on next year's plan. That's part of a mature internal audit function, is to follow up on any prior findings, and so we will have that in next year's plan.
well, we look forward to a very positive report, Executive Director.
Absolutely, ma'am.
When we get the follow-up report on that. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. We are now going to take a 10-minute break. So we'll see everyone back here in about 10 minutes. We're going to move to agenda item number 7, which is to receive updates and proposals on advisory committees by advisory committee members. So the first one is going to be on the licensee wellness. TJ, would you like to make some opening comments?
Sure. Just very briefly, we had 3 groups. 2 of the groups had pretty well-defined responsibilities, documents that they were tasked with creating. Our licensee wellness group is a much broader category. I think they had a more nebulous responsibility. That group has met several times. A lot of good discussion, a lot of good recommendations. I think the report they're going to present isolates some things where TCOLE can be involved and roles that we can play in bettering our profession.
Gentlemen, if you would like to come down, and if you will state your name for the record, and we are looking forward to hearing your report, sir.
Thank you. Chairman, Commissioners, my name's Jimmy Jackson. Over the last few months, I've had the opportunity to chair the Licensing and Wellness Advisory Committee for TCOLE, and that has been an interesting, great project. I myself am a TCOLE licensee for a little over 35 years. I spent the bulk of my career with Commissioner Hester at DPS, and am now the Chief Deputy of a Sheriff's Office in Smith County in Tyler, Texas. And the resources between those 2 agencies are vastly different. And so looking into this wellness issue has been very, very enlightening. We all know that in the public safety profession, that profession itself creates silent injuries in the men and women, and we see that trauma. Y'all see that trauma resulting in everything from family violence to alcoholism, and even more tragically is suicide. So the committee discussed those topics, and this morning I'm going to introduce a couple of the members real quick and tell you about some of the work we've done, and then I'll pinpoint a couple of things we think are good recommendations. I know our report was kind of big, but it's been a big discussion. But I want to introduce with the members of our committee, just stand up for just a minute, that are here. I know some are online, but we've got Dr. Smith from Harris County. Dr. Smith does a lot of the wellness work and psychology evaluations for Harris County. Chief Jeff Barnett with the Kyle Police Department, and Joseph Florence with TML. And I know some of our other members emailed me and said they would be online too. So we're excited. I've also got Ruben Ramirez, who's a retired assistant chief from the Dallas Police Department, who's been a great help, and he's going to say a few things, a few comments when we get through. So going back to those mental wellness issues, all the problems we see manifest that comes from that, one of the biggest takeaways, the biggest problem our committee identified in the wellness space is what we're referring to as the gap in training. There's a gap in training in that most of the resources we provide to TCOLE licensees is reactive. As the chief deputy at our sheriff's office, I thought I was being really proactive in that I've had multiple deputies involved in a line of duty critical incidences, some line of duty shootings. Tragically, we lost a deputy in a drunk driving crash, got ran over by a drunk driver and killed. The LEMIT peer support group was great coming in. We did lots of peer support. We had peer counseling. But all of that work we do as administrators in most of our agencies is reactive after an event. And I read an article and doing some research while on this committee that said the average citizen will experience 1 to 2 legitimate critical incidents in their life. The average police officer will experience 400 to 700 in a 20-year career. So that really kind of puts the work we're doing protected. And what's really interesting, and Commissioner, you asked to pinpoint something, and this is what I want to pinpoint. Those 400 to 700 critical incidences that is causing the trauma and causing the silent injuries that our men and women and our TCOLE licensees are experiencing, the vast majority of them do not trigger a resource. It's the fatal crashes, Commissioner Hester, that we as troopers and we see our men and women go to. We expect the highway patrolman to go deal with the mangled bodies. it's not surprising that a homicide detective has to investigate death. We don't think about the trauma that detective experiences in dealing with the family and the aftermath. So we looked at resources. How can we help? How can we be proactive? We're doing a fairly decent job on the reactive side. Most agency administrators are looking at the things they can do reactively, but how do we affect those 400 to 700 critical incidences that are not triggering resources? And what we found was the checkpoints program that Chief Ramirez is going to speak about briefly when I finish. And I want to say this up front. I understand when we ask TCOLE to recommend something, endorse something, support something, this is not an equipment committee. If I came in here and told you to endorse a particular radar or a particular piece of equipment, we know there's other vendors. The checkpoints program is not going to replace any peer support. We're not replacing any, we're not asking an agency to quit doing what they're doing and do something else. This is the only proactive approach we have found to address those 400 to 700 critical incidents that are not triggering any resources for our men and women. And essentially, the checkpoints program is a program that identifies influencers, men and women in the agency or in the community that have the respect of the TCOLE of the licensee. And when they experience one of these critical incidences, it's a program to check on them and get involved with mental wellness and get involved in a discussion to try to prevent them manifesting in some issue they deal with later on down the road.
I
So
want to make sure,
what can
sir,
TCOLE do
sir, I'm
to-
going to interrupt you for just a second. We're on a 5-minute timeline here, so I'm going to
Okay.
ask you just to really be succinct here in the
Okay.
last minute or so that you have.
Well, I'll
And-
sum it up
and-
real.
And I suspect that you'll get some questions from the commissioners.
Okay. Well, I'll sum it up then quickly. There's several recommendations at the end. One is we would like to see Chief Ramirez and the Checkpoints program. We would like TCOLE to help facilitate some keynote presentations. We'd like, such as the TCOLE conference. The TCOLE conference is a place we see administrators and training coordinators from all over the state come to. We'd love to see them come there and be a part of there. TCOLE's involved in other conferences, the Sheriff's Association of Texas Chief Deputies Conference in San Marcos. Any place TCOLE could insert and advocate for that program, we'd like to see them do it. The Finding Wellness program, Dr. Smith went through the Finding Wellness program and found the content very successful. Currently, the TCOLE requirement is the licensee does that before they get their intermediate certificate. There could be times there's 3 or 4 years of work and trauma going on before they get that Finding Wellness. The committee would like to see that earlier in the training, maybe right out of the part of the FTO program, get that training earlier in a licensee's career and do something like that. And the other recommendations are in your packet, involve social media and different ways to enhance, but anything to focus on the proactive side of wellness versus waiting on a critical incident that we try to get somebody to.
Well, first of all, from all of us and the TCOLE staff, first of all, we greatly appreciate all of you and others that serve on the advisory committees. TCOLE has really made a very concerted effort into not just having a small group, develop policies or training, but we're really working hard to involve our regulated community and subject matter experts and the public in providing us with input. I think the more people we have, the more expertise we infuse into that, the better jobs we can do and the better products we end up with. So we very much appreciate. We know everyone, or a lot of folks have other full-time jobs and a life outside of this, so you're dedicating, you're dedicating extra time to this, and we appreciate that very, very much. I do have a question for anyone in your group. How does Texas, in your opinion, how does Texas stack up? Because this is, when we start talking about physical and mental health in law enforcement, and I'm going to say it's not just isolated to police officers, because we have a family that helps us. We've got crime scene, we've got telecommunicators. I get TCOLE works with the regulated community. Jailers, we have a lot of people that are involved in processes. But this is an epidemic across the country. And I think there's finally some concentrated focus on mental health and the awareness of that. How does Texas stack up, and are we collaborating, are we communicating and collaborating with others across the country? Because this is not something where we have to reinvent the wheel. There's a lot of work, a lot of great work that's being done across the country on this.
I'll give you an answer from my perspective, and then I'll ask Dr. Smith what he thinks. He may do something. So I'm not in every state around the nation, so I can't tell you that, but I have been in some recruiting groups, and I'll go back to what Director Stevens referred to today about recruiting and retention, and Texas law enforcement is a fun place. And I think there are some other states. I was at a human trafficking conference in Shreveport last week and talked to some other states, from some other states, about recruiting, and I think we're doing a better job in recruiting, and part of that may be our approach to mental wellness and what we do. And I think our training going forward, my youngest son's a two-year Texas game warden, and I hope our agency and TCOLE and his agency, I hope he doesn't spend 20 years compartmentalizing some of the stuff we see. I know Commissioner Hester has found, Chief Ramirez has two boys that are considering law enforcement, so I hope we do something as a body. But I think initially, I think Texas is stacking up well because we are doing some good recruiting and doing some good things. Dr. Smith, do you have any comment on that?
And if you do come up and speak, if you could come up here and state your name, please.
Again, my name is Dr. Kevin Smith. I'm a clinical psychologist, and I consult with the Harris County Sheriff's Office. So from my experience, Texas, is doing pretty well. But there are efforts across the nation, I think, to address mental wellness, and there's always, I think, opportunities to really cross-pollinate, or really kind of get with those different states, and maybe think about what ways we all could do better in terms of improving our response. My own view of these things is that prevention is really, really important. I think catching people after the fact is not the best strategy. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Making some notes here for what I want to discuss. I think what y'all are working on is profound. It's no secret I've been a big supporter of officer mental wellness for my duration up here and even beforehand. You're absolutely right. Getting ahead of this before it becomes a problem is paramount. And at TCOLE, unfortunately, we can see sometimes where officers who haven't had access to mental health stuff or preemptive mental health stuff with what they're facing, that manifests into issues, alcoholism, issues at home, and then they come before us for license revocation and suspension because of stuff that happens afterwards. All because of stuff, the trauma, those 400 to 600 events in their career that they're exposed to. I think we're in a profound place in our career and in time right now to be aware of this. You know, in your report you talked about culture change. It's ironic, we've been talking about that at our agency here recently, is looking how do we improve our internal culture and making mental wellness, these preemptive checkups, part of that. You know, we were actually just had this conversation about a week ago internally with some internal stakeholders about the checkpoint system. It wasn't called checkpoints, but very similar to the concept that you've got. I think the work you are doing in trying to persuade support on today is vital, because I do think, much like with officers retention and recruiting, officer mental wellness also has a place for us here at TCOLE. So that way, by being preemptive on these efforts, we can do our part to mitigate and get ahead of something before it becomes an issue, before it leads to alcoholism, before it leads to domestic and marital issues. I just want to commend you guys on the work you guys are doing here. It's very profound.
Thank you. You're exactly right. The only proactive approach we've really seen is we do tell our men and women, and we've all heard it, it's okay not to be okay. But the fact of the matter is, if someone does step forward and says that in their agency, it creates a stigma. administrators worry about it, their coworkers worry about it. So the proactive approach, in fact, I'll ask Chief Ramirez to come with his comments. And, but his approach, creating those conversations earlier, to your point, is going to keep people from getting in that crisis and keep those problems from manifesting.
Yeah, thank you, Alex. I wanted to hear more about the checkpoints
Yes, sir.
model that you've got developed.
Thank you, Commission. My name's Ruben Ramirez. I'm a retired assistant chief from the Dallas Police Department. I want to first acknowledge that this checkpoint strategy, while I agree is profound, what we stand to do here with this checkpoint strategy is, you know, aside from the theatrics of what this might sound like, we stand to revolutionize Texas law enforcement, because what we are doing here is something that has never been done before. And before I tell you about the program, give you some background, I just want to acknowledge that in order for us to have created this program and this strategy that we know is incredibly effective, there were a lot of our men and women in this state, a lot of our men and women law enforcement officers had to struggle to get here. There were men and women who this program, the development of this program was really built in a lot of ways off of the struggles of our men and women in their careers, in their health, in their relationships, and far too often in their lives. But we finally found something that addressed the cultural impediment that is so big. You can't be a law enforcement officer in this country, or especially in Texas, without recognizing that cultural divide. This is a tough job, but it's tough for reasons different than what we might have thought. It's not the bullets or the bad guys that is compromising our men and women. We know what we're getting into in this profession. What's compromising us is those silent injuries. It's those routine calls. And it does look like bullet wounded bodies. It does sound like screaming mothers. It does sound like the awkward silence of being at a overdose or suicide. It is what metal, glass, and asphalt can do to a human body. That is the real culprit to the Texas law enforcement officer. And it's unfortunately a piece that we have left out of our mental health discussion. I will tell you that when I saw what was happening in Dallas, I was an assistant chief, and too often I've seen our men and women in only a few short years after we hired them and gave them this license, in only a few short years they were struggling. And I couldn't understand why. How did a perfectly healthy man or woman arrive at this beloved profession, and within a few short years were struggling in their marriages, were struggling with alcohol, struggling with anger, negativism? And we knew that something more needed to be done. And so I set out to do focus groups, and we did a lot of them. And in fairness, they weren't just in Dallas Police Department. We did focus groups all over the state and even outside the country. And what we found was that when an officer was asked, what is the most difficult part of your job? What do you struggle with the most? We heard the sound of screaming mothers. We heard stories about a mom running after a medical examiner van that carried her teenage son. We heard stories about these fatality car crashes and how every single year, every time in their career that they drove through that intersection, they remembered that vehicle, the position of the body. We talked about Christmas gifts, lying on the freeway after a car crash on the holidays. Every holiday, these were the kind of things they were thinking about. So to the sheriff's point, we had never done anything that was preventative. We had never done anything to check on officers when they went to those calls. And I know on the surface it sounds like it could be a logistical nightmare, but it's not. We've proven that it's not. We have some of the most influential police officers in the country right here in the state of Texas. We have them in our police departments, and it doesn't matter how large your agency is. We find those influencers, and we rally them to this call. We train them, and we rally them, and they do just what it is they set out to do when they arrived at this profession. They're servant-hearted men and women, and they're willing to serve, and they will start checking on our men and women when we go to those impactful calls. And by doing it at whatever ratio, we have agencies like Rockwell that will do this 10, 12 times a month. You have agencies like Carrollton that will do it about 15 times a month, and Fort Worth that'll do it 170 checkpoints a month. Dallas was doing it 200 a month. And when we do this, we till that hardened ground in our organizations. We till that hardened culture, and we normalize this discussion that should have been normalized a long time ago. But we normalize it different than talking about it, because wellness is not a subject that you can just talk about. You have to feel it. Checkpoints is wellness in motion. You feel it every single time someone calls you. When someone says, hey, Ruben, I just wanted to check on you. I know you went to that suicide call. And my response is, well, yeah, I'm fine. And theirs is, well, listen, sometimes those calls can be tough. I'm working with peer support. I'm working with our clinicians. I'm working with our wellness team. We've got some good resources. They're available. If you or anyone you know needs it, let me know. Save my number. That's how you ground till an organization. That's how you create wide open lanes for our men and women to get to the resources they need in order to be able to continue to protect and serve. I believe in this program, obviously, and I'm grateful that the Wellness Committee invited me to present to them and really embraced it and recommended it to you. I can tell you that this program is the first I've ever seen where agencies tell me this has changed the culture in our organization. And it gives our men and women the opportunity to be the mothers and the fathers and the husbands and wives and brothers and sisters they set out to be when they took on this beloved profession. I will tell you, to Director Stevens, in that recruiting message you gave, I couldn't agree more. This is a place to work. This is where we want our men and women to come and serve our communities. This checkpoint strategy coincides with it. It is a recruiting tool as well, because I know, as the sheriff said, I got 2 boys, and you know, I mean, in just full transparency, I'm scared that both of them are going to want to go into the law enforcement profession, and it's not because I think they'll get hurt out here. Matter of fact, they're strong, smart, caring boys. They'd be great police officers. My fear is what might happen to their mind, and I would love to know, as a dad, I would love to know that whatever agency in Texas they decided to wear the badge on, that there were going to be men and women influencers within that organization that were constantly checking on them, so they don't have to come forward, and that they were normalizing that discussion, and that we were creating that wide open lane to get to those resources and keep them serving our beloved state. And I know I may have gone over, but I appreciate the time, and I'm available if there are any questions.
Yeah. No, I've got some more. You know, I think it's, you know, you talked a lot about, you know, suicides. You know, it was, just a couple years ago, we lost 7 officers in San Antonio, all within the same year. You know, it's not lost to me. There's a problem here. And, you know, we talk a lot about trying to, hey, here's some resources you can go to, here's some resources. And a lot of these are after the fact. Getting ahead of it, preventing it, the prevention part of it is so crucial component that I don't know how you just ignore that. Anyone that's done this job long enough has seen their fair share of issues, has heard about it. You know, during Southbound, we had that big old truck crash on 35 and kill all those people. Like, I heard the stories from the officers on that. I mean, the graphicness of it, and that lingers, and lingers more into their minds. Because I remember I was thinking about the accident investigator that had to respond to that and do all of that. Like, you carry that, and we all put a strong face forward amongst our colleagues. We all put a strong face forward when we're around each other. But it's when you're alone when that stuff comes back, or the anniversary dates come around. So I for one definitely support what y'all are working on. I think there's a pathway forward, in my opinion, that we need to find a way to collaborate on being a part of these preemptive measures. I think it is revolutionary for our profession to do this, and the culture change starts with that.
Chief, thank you. Jimmy, thank you. And the committee, thank you for all that you've done. The one thing I will say, some of our agencies that I know of, you know, the Victim Services Peer Support is in my group that I have. Some of the agencies that are really good at it, their associations and unions help facilitate that, because the officers feel safe going there versus coming to an agency resource. And so for those that want to partner with TML and the other ones to help do that, I think is also a good avenue for those officers to feel safe to reach out for help. So thank you guys so much for everything you've done. Appreciate it.
I know we're trying to move quickly, but if I could add a couple of things. Commissioner Burris and I had discussions about, this is similar to the recruiting problem in that it affects everyone, but what is our role? Where can we be a catalyst or facilitator in the problem-solving process, is finding those opportunities, right? So we have committed to having Chief Ramirez at our conference. That puts him in front of a bunch of chief administrators, and more importantly, a bunch of training coordinators, that if agencies want to adopt that program, they can. Commissioner Barry, you're aware that the big agencies are ahead of the small agencies. Most of them have peer support programs, but 1, 2, or 3-person agencies don't have the resources. So how can we make their local agencies aware and make them more conscious of the need to include those smaller agencies when they have, you know, peer support engagements? The co-creating a culture of wellness class that they talked about, I'm scheduled to attend that in July with one of my captains. Again, that's something that if it can have an impact, we now have input in the Texas Police Chief Leadership Series. Chief Barnett's one who's spoken about that extensively. Is that something that we need to incorporate so that we know that chief administrators are getting it? Can we connect them with the Chief Deputy Conference, the Sheriff's Conference, the constables conference and make sure that chief administrators are getting that opportunity for something they can adopt at the agency level. And then the Finding Wellness course that they talked about, every licensee, every peace officer had to take that, this training unit. They found that to be really helpful. We don't want to put it in the academy. They're already overwhelmed. They get so much, but can we get it soon after that? So Cullen and I have talked about making that the third prong to get your basic proficiency. You do FTO, you do your orientation, you do the wellness class, and then you get your basic. So we can make sure they get it very early on, but it's not washed out with all the other information they're trying to ingest in the academy. So I think these recommendations that they've made are really important and move us that direction and make sure that we're playing a role in continuing that, particularly with the education of chief administrators, not just the individual officers.
I'll just kind of wrap up, summarize. Thank you for the work you did leading the committee. I listened in. I was a fly on the wall on several of those, and the discussion was great amongst the entire group. I really wanted to be involved at that level to kind of hear, the internal discussions, not just what was going to come to us on the sheets, in a report later on. I think you all have done fantastic work. Thank you to all of you for your time and effort on this. If you all are willing, it seems like would be great if you all could stay on and maybe meet again after some of these things have been implemented in maybe 6, 9, 12-month span, somewhere around there, where we can start to now track some of these things that we may be implementing and see how that's affecting culture, and so we can, kind of start putting it into practice. I'm just thrilled that we've finally gotten this committee together. I'm very happy to have a colleague in Justin Berry to be advocating for officer mental health and wellness, and sometimes it feels lonely being the only person 10 years, like, come on, let's do more for office. It's really important. But we have so many other priorities, and it's like IT. It's like you only have so much bandwidth and resources to do things. So I'm really thrilled that we have the time and space and great advocates, and that you're doing the work that you're doing. This gap in care, as you all characterize it, is one of the components. I think, the peer network is great. It was something to get, kind of just to get our foot in the door and get started in the space. This doesn't replace that. It's separate and apart from that. I think there's still other things we're going to be able to do and implement. It's going to be, I think, a continuum of resources and care to get to where we need to be to fill all those gaps. But this is certainly an important one at the front end as opposed to at the back end now, in improving officer wellness, which then, leads to family wellness and community wellness. So thank you again for your work. Jane, thank you for your work. TJ, always asked you questions, and I was listening, then like, that's right, that's what I would want to know as a commissioner. So, again, thanks.
Well, thank you, Commissioner, and I'd have to defer probably to Gretchen, but I know the legislature, I think this time, has put about $6 million for the biennium into a grant process for agencies to work on programs like Checkpoint. So from our legislators to TCOLE, to the commission, I think Texas as a whole is taking it serious. So,
yeah, I think that's going to be a really important one, TJ and Greg, to get that knowledge out there, because, how on earth would you know that there's money out there for you to resource as an agency to implement some of these things? It's there, it's just going to be sitting there, and if it's not used, they're just going to take it back, and we'll never have that resource available to us again. So we'd like to use it all and then maybe ask for the legislature to expand on that. So I think that should be definitely a goal of ours, to get that money that's been designated used.
I would like to ask for immediate revamp of the Finding Wellness course. If you guys can make some changes to incorporate some of this, I know you and I have talked, so if you guys can put that on the list. I see Rachel back there at the back, so.
I agree with Commissioner Hester on that as well.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for your very, very, very important and impactful work. And we look forward to continued collaboration and partnership with y'all. Thank you. Okay. The second is going to be school marshal duties and responsibilities.
Good morning again, Commissioners. One of the other advisory committees, and probably the one with the simplest task, was the School Marshal Duties and Responsibilities Advisory Committee. I'll be given the report, as I believe the presiding officer was unavailable this morning. The committee was presided over by Jeff Anderson, Williamson County Constable Precinct 2. Assistant presiding officer was Deputy Chief John Tatino of Lubbock Police Department. The committee included representatives from school districts that currently employ school marshals, had several licensed school marshals on the committee, of course had a public contingent to include the mayors and some other education professionals. Their task was to develop a generic job description for the school marshal position that could be used or will be used for psychological examination required of school marshals. That was one of the things that was missing. Many schools don't have a separate and distinct job description for that role because they are arming an existing school employee who has a different job description. So in order to arm psychologists and psychiatrists doing the evaluation of potential school marshal candidates, where I'll remind you that school marshals must have a new psychological exam every 2 years for renewal, this is the document that feeds that process. The committee met 2 consecutive meetings. I do want to recognize Aaron Heath and the legal staff at TCOLE. They drafted a model kind of to go along with, we published models for peace officer, jailer, and telecommunicator licenses for the academies to use in the absence of a job description where an agency would have one. So Aaron and the legal team drafted it. The committee actually didn't have a whole lot of, once legal was done with it, the committee accepted it almost on its face. So it only took 2 meetings. They completed the job description, and because of the influx and the increase in school marshals that we've been seeing, we've already implemented that, so it's currently being used out in the field. And that's really all I have. I think one of our committee members is actually here, Jim McGregor from Tarrant College has served on the committee. I don't believe there's any other committee members in attendance this morning.
Any comments or questions? Again, we want to thank the advisory committee members and also all of the TCOLE staff that partnered with the committees. And I think this is just one more example of something that I think is very important to the agency, to the commissioners, but because of the support that we received last session and the positions that we were able to bring on staff, we were finally able to embark on some of these journeys that have been on the list for a long time and for many, many years, and we're finally able to move forward with some of these. So again, we appreciate all the legislative support and support from our governor and assistant governor. so that, or Lieutenant Governor, so that we are able to really get some of these programs up and running. So appreciate all the support. We'll move to agenda item number 8, which is to receive updates and a proposal from the Advisory Committee on Minimum Standards for Training Coordinators, discuss and take action on proposed new TCOLE Rule 215.8, minimum standards for appointment as a training coordinator over a basic licensing course. And Colin, we'll go back to you.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I was the liaison for this committee as well. This committee was charged with developing minimum standards and qualification for training coordinators of a law enforcement academy or contract training provider, continuing ed provider. The committee was presided over by Director Scott Donaldson of Collin College, and I know Scott is here this morning to help present the committee's findings, and the ultimate work product was they proposed a new rule that we'll be working on today.
Yes, sir. Thank you, first of all, for your work and for being here this morning. If you could state your name for the record. Sure. And again, I have about 5 minutes to present.
Very quick executive summary.
Thank you so much.
Yes. I'm Scott Donaldson. I'm the director of the Collin College Law Enforcement Academy. And over the last several months now, I've had the honor of serving as a presiding officer for this committee. The committee consisted of representatives of group agencies, academies, associations, and a member of the public from across the state. We met on January 17th, February 10th, and March 27th. As a starting point, committee members discussed the importance of having a criminal background check and background investigation for basic licensing course training coordinators. The proposed rule only applies to an academy training coordinator, sorry, my thing's missing here, and not a contract training provider. Technology is great when it works. The committee members used existing TCOLE Rule 217.1 for the framework of creating the minimum standards for these training coordinators. The members also discussed the required initial training course and continuing education standards for training coordinators. The initial training course and continuing education would apply to all academies in the private and public sector. The committee members discussed creating subcommittees for different topics. I was appointed as a subcommittee chair to develop a lesson plan and guidelines for training coordinators and to appoint subcommittee members. The subcommittee members included myself, Ms. Gudgel, Assistant Chief Tillerson, and Deputy Chief Wall. The committee proposed that students in the initial training course have an understanding of Texas Administrative Code Chapters 211, 215, 217, 218, 219, and 223, along with the knowledge of TCOLE's academy evaluations, training file requirements, and TCOLE forms and guides. We proposed a biannual continuing education requirement to link up with TCOLE's 2-year training unit. This biannual continuing education requirement is contained in the proposed rule. Attendance of the training coordinators at the TCOLE training conference is mandatory. The committee members proposed forming a training coordinator class to be conducted at the annual TCOLE training conference, specifically for the proposed initial training and continuing education requirements for training coordinators. We also proposed a makeup opportunity where there is an online class for training coordinators to take. The duration of these courses will be determined by the content developed. On behalf of the committee members, I submit proposed TCOLE Rule 215.8 and the basic training coordinator course curriculum to the commission for your consideration. Thanks to all the committee members that volunteered their time and effort for making this possible. Also, thank you, TCOLE, for allowing me to serve in this capacity, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Just have a comment. Scott, thank you to you and your committee members. This isn't his first committee. Even before I was a commissioner, me and him sat on a BPOC rewrite committee, so you've always been there to help us and have been a great resource, so thank you for that. And thank you to all the members and the work you did for this. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Great work, yes.
No, I will echo my my colleagues' comments. Thank you. You have always been there when TCOLE sent out an ask for assistance, and you're just an incredible example of those people that have stepped up and who've made the time to be involved and provide their feedback. So thank you to you, and again, all of our committee members that that help with that. So do we have any discussion on the proposed new rule?
discussion?
No, I think it's well laid out. It's, it's great to have this work product come from the committee, as opposed to us trying to come up with something ourselves, TCOLE, having all these different groups involved. You all really get to talk about, unforeseen consequences of using certain language or putting certain things in there with the varying groups, since this affects so many different licensed individuals. But no, I don't have anything to add to this. It is a first reading if we adopt this, and so it will be out for comment, and maybe it'll skate right through, Scott. We don't know, but maybe you'll have a bunch of response from the community, and maybe all that response will be for it, saying this is necessary and we appreciate it. So we'll just see how that goes. We'll do the first reading and then continue the work till we finalize the rule. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve TCOLE new rule 215.8 for minimum standards for appointment as a training coordinator over a basic licensing course for posting to the Texas Register.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. We're going to move to agenda item number 9, which is to discuss mandated continuing education topics for the 2025-27 training unit in accordance with the Texas Occupations Code, section 1701.35A2. And we're back to you, Colin.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioners, it's a staff recommendation. TCOLE Education Services is currently working on a class I alluded to a little bit earlier on TCOLE licensee duties and responsibilities. We anticipate this course being approximately 2 hours in length. There'll be an instructor resource guide should an agency or training provider want to deliver it face-to-face. But we're working on an online version via the My TCOLE account. So that would be readily available to all licensees. We hope to beta test that course in July, and it's staff recommendation that course be the mandated training for the upcoming training unit starting in September 1 of 25 and going through August 31 of 27.
What was the name of the course again, Colin?
Sir?
What was the name of the course again?
We haven't coalesced around the name specifically. We're in the process of design, but it's going to deal with individual licensee duties and responsibilities. So it's those things. You remember the time as an academy director where your students had to get on TCOLE and take the rules course.
Mm-hmm.
This course would be similar, but we hope it's more informative to give them everything is what's the path to proficiency certificates, what's available in terms of TCOLE assets that individuals can use. So we see it as more comprehensive than a rules course, but it does deal with, how do I keep my license active? Where do I go for training? All of those things, a little more comprehensive than that old course that you and I were familiar with.
Yes, sir. Gretchen, remind me, was there anything that came up in session that, okay. Counselor, I'm assuming does this require motion? I'll make a motion that we approve staff recommendations for the course as the mandatory topic for the 25-27 training unit.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. We're moving to agenda item number 10, which is to discuss and take action on proposed amendment to existing TCOLE Rule 211.1 relating to pay status categories for licensee appointments. And we are going to go to General Counsel John Beecham on this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me. Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. For your consideration, agenda item number 10 is a proposed amendment to existing TCOLE Rule 211.1 regarding pay status categories for licensee appointments. If you'll remember going back to the March meeting, the March workshop, Chief Stevens presented the commissioners the framework and the policy reasons behind the proposed amendment that you see before you today. Before I turn it over to Assistant General Counsel Heath and Chief Stevens to go through the rule a little more specifically, I did want to remind you that this is a product of that discussion and brought to you today for your first reading.
Good morning again, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Just very briefly, a reason to bring this is simply a definitions rule. It doesn't impact any licensees. It doesn't really impact necessarily operations at this point. It simply codifies some definitions. In TCOLEs right now, we have, if you'll recall from the workshop we had previously, we have peace officers that are categorized in a number of different ways: full-time, part-time, reserve, other, null. It's kind of all over the place, and so we need to clean up our records, and then going forward, we need to really solidify how a chief administrator, when they send us an L1 to appoint someone, right now it's currently it is full-time or not full-time, and so there's no such, well, there's a question of, well, what is a not full-time peace officer? How we got to where we are today, I think is caused by the fact that we don't have these definitions. And so when you look back historically, I think that the agency has sort of struggled with, whenever an agency, a sheriff's office, just for example, is bringing on a reserve peace officer to help out in the county, or a police department is going to, some communities that might be a tourist community, they're going to bring on some part-time officers that they pay a maximum number of hours to work during holiday weekends, things like that, or background investigators to do background. So things like that. There was always a question of how to categorize those, and then at one time I think the agency said, well, let's just do let's have a category of other, but there's no definition of other. What is an other? And so as we've kind of worked through this since I've been with the agency, we have worked through the code to look for actual definitions so that we can come up with those, really to facilitate for the chief administrators to have accurately, this is what a full-time peace officer is, this is what a part-time peace officer is, and this is what a reserve peace officer is. And I think we're reluctant to have reserve peace officers because it's sort of this wide open thing, and we stopped letting chief administrators appoint reserve peace officers. However, there is such thing as a reserve peace officer under statute. And so we need to recognize that. We need to allow for the appointment of a reserve peace officer. So what we're doing here, what we are asking for the commission to do, is approve definitions in our rules, in TCOLE rules, so that chief administrators have one place to go and look. We don't want a constable, we don't want a chief of a school district police department or whatever chief administrator to have to go throughout the code like we've been doing for the last several months, hunting down the applicable statutes. We can bring them all right here. These are statute-based, and they're brought together. They're, for the most part, verbatim to say, here's what these are, and they're very clear so that the chief administrator can say, well, I'm hiring a full-time peace officer. They work more than 32 hours on average in a week, or they work less than 32 hours on average in a week, or they are a reserve. They don't work very often. They come in and they help out during certain times, so that the chief administrator knows, okay, here's the box I check on the L1 when I'm appointing a peace officer. That's the history of it. I'm happy to answer any questions about that, and if not, Aaron Heath will go over the actual legal part of it, which is beyond my scope.
I got a few questions.
Okay.
Thank you all very much for working on this. I think definitely providing clarification to chief administrators out there as they go and look at addressing their staffing shortages throughout our great state is great work. So great work on that. This has been a monster load. Did have a few questions. Is in the event that there are some L1s that are kind of not categorized properly, are we going to allow some leeway to get everyone the ability to reclassify as needed to be in compliance with our definitions?
Yes, sir, Commissioner Berry. So the plan is, we've got to, how you fix an issue and a problem. First, we got to kind of stop the bleeding, right? So going forward, our plan is, and working with Jessica and her folks, we want to initially start, and we know that this was in the future, it's going to take 2 readings to get it in there. And so we'll look forward for when a chief administrator is going to appoint someone, so that the records are clean going forward, but then we'll have an exercise of looking back, and when the field service agents go out and do an audit and work with agencies, they'll look at their current roster, they'll look at what they've got on their organizational chart. Again, if you'll think back to the new minimum standards rule that is in place now, takes effect on September 1st, one of the things of the minimum standards is the administrative structure of the agency, and it actually lists out, and again, that's a TCOLE rule 211-16. It talks about full-time, part-time, and it says unpaid peace officers. That I think was intended to refer to reserve peace officers. That's whole problematic. We'll visit later on about that, because we may need to tweak that, because you can pay a reserve. Nothing says that they can't be paid. That's something to fix later.
You're getting into my next question.
But to your point, we will, working with the field service agents, we're going to want to clean up an agency's records with us and make sure that our TCLED's records matches what they have on their org chart or as part of their administrative structure. So first phase is going forward, make sure that we're getting clean records as we go forward, but then looking back to help clean up the records that we currently have, because they're a bit of a mess, and that's the whole purpose here, is to get that straight. That will take some time.
Okay, good, thank you. Then my next question is, because I've gotten asked some questions about this, and so this is kind of a legal question, is under Part B, talking about under 47, talking about the part-time peace officer, when they say is compensated at least the federal minimum wage, the next part's the question, and is entitled to all employee benefits offered to a peace officer by the appointing law enforcement agency or its governing body. Is what that's saying basically saying like they are entitled to like health benefits, they're entitled to line of duty death if something happens to them? I'm getting a lot of questions because there's confusion about that. When they're looking at a part-time status or a reserve status, there's a lot of questions coming in. What is that telling them when they're looking at licensing?
And so we would really kind of go back to the hiring agency for that. Again, this definition is copied verbatim from other statutes, so it doesn't really change anything that exists now.
Right.
The key thing in there is it is to other peace officers. So most every governmental entity, whether it's county or city, your full-time employees at large, so all your city full-time employees, often have many benefits that a part-time employee does not have. And so nothing changes with that. And so what the best that we can deal in, if John or Aaron may want to chime in here, but working with our legal folks, if a peace officer, differing from, say, a Parks and Rec employee or someone in the city secretary's office or something, if a peace officer has something that the other city employees don't have, that's what this is triggering, because very particularly under B, it says benefits offered to a peace officer appointed by the law enforcement agency.
It's like Chapter 143 benefits and things of that nature?
I believe that's what it's actually pointing to. Again, these are verbatim from statutes, so we simply cut and pasted from other statutes. I'm gonna say we. Aaron and his folks cut and pasted, and Aaron may have some comment on that.
And I bring this up because there's a big difference in what a reserve officer definition is versus that one. And so as agencies are looking around, we just want to make sure we're doing our part to be good partners in helping them make sure they're selecting the right checkbox on the
Correct.
L1
And
form.
we didn't want to get mingled into what a city does with peace officers versus an airport employee or something like that. We're looking at, hey, how many hours does this person work for you, and are they a reserve, or are they a full-time / part-time, depending on the hours? Aaron, you had something more?
Yes, I think everything you said was correct. I just wanted to, I guess for your information, let you know that full-time peace officer and part-time peace officer, the definitions were almost verbatim pulled from Government Code Chapter 614 relating to ID cards.
Right.
And then the reserve law enforcement officer was actually pulled from our statute, 1701.
Yeah, awesome. No, I appreciate, like I said, I know it's because I've deep dived in this issue as well for some folks. So I know it's a lot of printing a lot of different codes and looking together. So thank y'all for doing that work. I think if there's a way we could have some help guide people in the right selection of these boxes, I think would be appreciated by those, because this reserve officer world is kind of a new component for some folks, and so not suring, some may think part-time is their reserve program, and just make sure we're doing our part to help make sure everyone's selecting the right boxes. Thank you all.
There will certainly be a large education component that goes along with it, like we do with everything that's come through. We'll be out and about, face-to-face across the state, from the Panhandle of the Rio Grande and from El Paso to Texarkana. We'll be out talking with chief administrators, as well as engaging with the labor organizations to make sure everybody understands that we're really trying to create consistency across agencies. You got some agencies that they appoint people in this manner, and some appoint that we need to get that really solidified to a consistent manner across the state.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other comments, questions?
Aaron, my only question, on y'all's definition on the new number 59 here, were y'all trying to incorporate all the sections in the government code that talked about specific reserve?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Can you look up 411.0208 and see if that needs to be included right quick while they have discussion?
Could you repeat that number?
411.0208. And then while we still have discussion, I just want to make sure.
Oh,
Sure, we will do that for you. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Meanwhile, they can,
Okay. Agenda item number 11 is going to be tabled until the next meeting.
12 it is.
Do we get a motion on 10?
No, I just have,
for a
I'm
moment.
just having him look up to make sure we're not missing.
Aaron, is it something that you can do quickly, or do we need to move on to another agenda item and give you a little bit of time? And we can come back to,
She has it up.
While he's doing that, I did want to add one thing to your first question, just to make sure everybody here is clear. When you submit an L1, you'll be prompted to pick a pay status, but we continue to have the ability in TCOLEDs to change pay status. So some people work for an agency, work part-time for a while, then they become full-time and go back, and you can change that without resubmitting or correcting an L1. So if you submitted an L1 and there was an error, you can go in and just change your pay status independent of the appointment
So like if they were put in as a part-time but needs to go to reserve, same concept, right? Could work.
Right, but they don't have to resubmit and do that. They have the ability to go in TCOLEDs and just change the pay status. And the intent is that we'll be able to see that, and that will help us track movements across the state and how officers are being deployed and utilized, which is another important data point for us.
Okay, outstanding, thank you.
TJ, if they're changing pay status, does that reflect on their service history now? That they were one and then another for a week or something?
That is calculated in their, do you want to answer that, Jessica, how it reflects on the PSR?
It will reflect on the PSR as a second line to that service time, but the calculation, the total service time will still be intact.
So if it's an error, would it be better to amend it so it's retroactive on the date it should have been, correct?
Right, so what I was addressing is if you submitted it and realized later that day you submitted it wrong, you could go in and change the pay status. But you're right, if 6 months later you realize the error, you would want to go back and amend it so the service time would reflect accurately.
I believe that when we're ready to announce this, we should provide instruction on the best way to correct the record.
Okay.
And going forward, the intention is to modify the L1, the appointment form, so that it steps through the payment status and provides information and asks a series of questions to make sure that they're selecting the correct thing from the start. And my intention with our features going forward is that we make it easy to remain in compliance with TCOLE and to interpret the TCOLE requirements so that you don't have to, so you can focus on what you do instead of the TCOLE requirements.
I think it's also important to capture the part about the officer benefit part. And the reason is because I don't think the reserves get the same thing as a part-time get on that function. So like if there's a line of duty death, like they're doing work and they die, like there may be some difference when it comes to that municipalities, how they handle that. So not just the pay, but that's an important part to capture in that questioning since it's included in the definition.
I believe we can provide a lot of additional information on the page to help clarify things.
Okay, thank you.
And Commissioner West, a lot of these pieces fit together, right? What we're trying to educate officers on is not just their duties and responsibilities, but how my TCOLE works, how to check your PSR, how to make sure it's accurately reflected. Because now that we have the public license lookup, we also want someone who looks you up to know that your pay status is classified correctly. That if someone's working an outside overtime job and they're classified as part-time, is that an issue or not? So we want officers to be able to identify if there's an error in their PSR so we can get it corrected much earlier.
Thank you.
Let's go back to our amendment, to the proposed amendment here. What did we find out, Aaron?
No, it's on, okay. I believe it's something that we can look into. I know it's one that we looked at before, and I think there was a reason why we didn't include it. I'd have to research it exactly why.
So this is what I suggest, commissioners. We add that in. We add that in. We read that in. We can take public comment. We can look at it further. And I think if we remove it, it won't be a substantive change if we bring it up for final adoption in September. So let's add it in, and we can go from there. That would be my recommendation.
Yeah. Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion to accept the proposed amendment to TCOLE Rule 211.1 with the change under 59 to read Reserve Law Enforcement Officer, a licensed peace officer appointed according to Section 41.102 Government Code, Section 85.004, 86.012, or 341.012 Local Government Code, Section 411.0208, or Section 60.0775 Water Code.
Second.
Is that accurate, Counselor? I don't have my JD, but I figured it was pretty good.
I'm not good at numbers, sir.
Okay, we have a motion in 2 seconds. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. As I stated earlier, we're going to table agenda item number 11 for staff and commissioners. You can see the remaining agenda. Let me get some input from you all on whether we take a break for lunch at 12:30. The restaurant here in the building is open until 1:30, so we have kind of one shot at this. Do we want to push through, or do we want to break for lunch? And we're still going to continue till 12:30. I just need to get some type of feedback from y'all.
I mean, my vote is we push through, but I'm open either way. Is that so? I know it's a rather long agenda, so.
Yeah, and if we did break, I'd advocate bringing in food so that we just keep going till the moment, take a quick break and keep going.
If we're pushing through, but maybe throwing a bathroom break or something in between. Good for pushing through, but maybe throwing a bathroom break or something in the middle of it.
Okay, it sounds like let's keep going.
I'm new, so I'll still go with you guys for now.
Okay. We will take a break at 12:30, and I guess folks can run over there real quick during the break if you feel a need to grab something real quick. And we will not take a formal lunch break. So we'll move on to agenda item number, do I have this right? We are moving to agenda item number 12, which is to discuss and take action on proposed amendment to existing TCOLE Rule 211.29, responsibilities of the agency chief administrators relating to the submission of personnel files and misconduct investigation reports. Council?
Commissioners, proposed amendment to existing TCO Rule 211.29. This would codify and rule the requirements that are in the misconduct allegation and personnel file model policies. I'll turn it over to Assistant General Counsel Heath to go through the high points and pertinent parts for your consideration. Again, this is a proposed amendment to existing rule, responsibilities of chief administrators. This is the first reading for your consideration. Aaron?
Thank you. So this proposed rule formalizes the requirements of an agency as contained in statute or in the misconduct allegations or personnel files model policies in relation to TCOLE. Subsection O is related to the misconduct allegations model policy, and it requires a chief administrator on behalf of their agency to, number one, investigate allegations of misconduct, 2, ensure completion of that investigation, 3, submit reports of the completed investigations to TCOLE, and then 4 is notify TCOLE of any appeals and the disposition of those appeals. And finally, number 5 is put the documentation in the appropriate file. Subsection P is related to the personnel files, and it requires the chief administrator to, number 1, maintain a personnel file and a department file for each appointed licensee, 2, submit the personnel file to TCOLE within 30 days of separation, 3 is then submit the personnel file and department file upon request as part of an ongoing TCOLE investigation. I'm available for any questions.
Yes, I got some. Do we already have a rule in place for this already that we just worked on with the advisory committees? That went effective
Commissioner Barrett,
first?
those were the model policies. This codifies that the chief admin's responsibility for at least maintaining the file, the model policies. This is a codification for, from the perspective of TCOLE of what the chief admin has to do.
So will the 3.3 of the model policy still apply to this? Says the agency may not release any information referenced in sections 3.1 and 3.2 to any other agency or person requesting information related to the license holder without the license holder's written permission.
Correct. Those are the confidentiality provisions that come from statute. This does not speak to that. This is strictly to the maintenance and the organization of the files.
Right, but the chief administrator is still going to be responsible for not releasing that under the current rule, correct?
That would be correct. It would be
This
under
won't
the model
change that?
policies, under the model policies.
Okay. Just want to clarify that, make sure the intent is still there.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And so to clarify, what we're putting into rule, or proposing to put into rule right now, would be enforcement mechanisms that TCOLE has in regarding the personnel files and misconduct allegations.
So if the chief administrator were to release these files,
That's really outside of our jurisdiction.
so we have no
more
enforcement
local
over the
control,
model.
and also the Attorney General as far as Public Information Act.
Correct. TCOLE doesn't have any enforcement mechanism for the release of confidential information, whether it's an F5, the former F5s, whether it be health information, anything that's maintained in any officer's file anywhere in the state. Well, we don't have authority over protecting or enforcing the confidentiality. Those are causes of action that are also, whether it be a court, civil action, whatever the case may be.
Okay.
Any other comments, questions?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the proposed amendment to existing TCOLE Rule 211.29 for posting to the Texas Register.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes. I do want to make a comment, since we're going to go ahead and push through and take a break at 12:30 a little bit. We'll see if we get through 13, 14, whatever. I'm going to go ahead and call for public comment before we take the 12:30 break for anything not related to one of the disciplinary actions. So if you do have public comment, I will call for that before we do the break that will be around 12:30. So if you're here waiting on that, yeah. So we're gonna push through and cover probably about one more before we do that. So we'll move to agenda item number 13. Wait a second, did we just do the motion? Okay, sorry. So we're gonna move to agenda item number 13, discuss and take action on proposed amendment to existing TCOLE Rule 223.19 license revocation relating to revocations for criminal dispositions involving care, custody, and control of vulnerable persons, including children, abuse of office, and animal cruelty offenses. Counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, again, going back to our discussion in March, we're going to have a brief overview of misdemeanor cases and their resolutions. As you stated, this rule is a proposed amendment to the TCOLE revocation rule that does a couple of things. Number one, it's going to a person convicted or placed on community supervision for any Chapter 39 offense of the Penal Code, that person's license shall be revoked. Currently, that is a discretionary provision, but it also, and this is certainly newer information here, or a newer path, is the license of a person who's convicted or placed on community supervision for any offense committed against a vulnerable person may be revoked. So this is a discretionary provision, but it also has categories for a person under the age of 18, a person over the age of 65, a disabled person, an intoxicated or incapacitated person, or a person under the care, custody, or control of the actor. This also has that a person who is convicted or placed on community supervision for any offense involving cruelty animals may be revoked as well. What I would like to do is give you a brief overview, and this goes back to discussions back, again, the December 2024 meeting and the March 2025 meeting. One thing I want to note is Commissioner Berry noted last meeting, we have 133 misdemeanor cases that go back to January of 21 through March of 2025. The reason this is important is we want to give you the context for the types of cases that are going to be captured by this proposed rule. Again, we are I'll go through the offenses and I'll let Dan Walker go through the specifics of it, but the purpose of giving you this information is to see how many misdemeanor cases we have, how many misdemeanor cases are subject to revocation currently, and then what types of offenses and or cases that would have been suspensions in the past would be hypothetically revocations under this proposed rule. Dan?
Yes, sir. Over here.
There you are.
Looking at this first chart, this will look familiar from the workshop back in March, but it has been updated. This gives that big picture overview of the 133 misdemeanor case resolutions from January of 21 through March of 25. And so we see the orange represents suspensions, the blue represents revocations, and you see that breakdown over the categories. That total is broken down into defaults, signed waivers, agreed orders, and then you have the proposals for decision. And so you can see big picture what we have had over that course of time from something that was defaulted on all the way through SOA. Moving to the next chart, this builds upon a question that was asked at the workshop back in March, and there was an ask to kind of break it down by license type. And so what we've done is, again, taking the blue for revocation, the orange for suspension, and you could see for those who hold a peace officer only license, jailer only license, telecommunicator, and then you see the combined dual license categories, and you see the breakdown of revocations and suspensions that take place across those categories or combination thereof. So there was a question from one of the commissioners to expand a little bit to look at what type of license types are we seeing in our misdemeanor case actions. I'm going to move forward to break it down to offense type. I don't want to pause since we're 2 charts in out of the 4. Are there any questions over those first 2 charts as presented? Okay, I'll keep moving on to the next chart.
Dan, I apologize, and I meant to preface everything with this. Going back to one of Commissioner Barry's comments and discussion that we had at the last meeting, keep in mind this 133 misdemeanor cases for this period of time. That's relevant, and that's in the context of over 100+ thousand licensees. So we're looking at a fraction of 1% when we're looking at these. So I wanted to make sure that I told you I was going to do that, Dan, and I forgot to do it, so I had to interrupt your flow there.
No worries.
Thank you, sir.
Moving down, we see the different categories for the offense types that we've seen in these misdemeanor cases. And they range from the 0 on theft by public servant, the 4 thefts. These are cases that have resulted in, this is broken down by offense type. You see the assaultive, non-family violence offenses, there are 5. Official oppressions, there are 9. We have the green 18 of miscellany, and those range from impersonating public servant, cruelty to animals, reckless driving, prostitution, criminal mischief, a variety of misdemeanor offenses, and delivery of drug paraphernalia as well. Next down, we see family violence category, and that's 20 of the cases, and then we see the largest category down at the bottom, that's DWI with 77 cases. So to just zoom into the final chart to look at our revocations, and then I'll tie it together with those that would have been captured. Our revocations fall with 20 family violence cases in the blue, in the yellow is the 9 official oppression cases. The orange represents 3 assaultive non-family violence cases that were revoked, and that 1 miscellaneous case is the delivery of drug paraphernalia, which is the one of the miscellaneous cases that was a revocation and not a suspension. So in looking at this data and looking at the proposed rule change in 223.19 and looking at what cases would have been considered for revocation that would not have been allowed to prior, there would be in the range of 3 to 4 of additional cases on this revocation chart. There are 2 animal cruelty cases. There is 1 assaultive case that involved it was a jailer-inmate situation, so potentially could implicate the care, custody, and control provision. And then finally, there was 1 indecent assault case, which was for the Commission's consideration last year. So the expansion of this rule to lay out these categories potentially could see 3 to 4 cases over those last 5 years that would be included. And I am open for any questions y'all have or clarifications on that data.
I have a comment, Dan. Thank you very much. You said it was 2 animal cruelty cases, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Commissioners, again, to reiterate, you're not looking at a great number of new cases that are going to be captured by the new revocation rule, but what you are going to see are, this is capturing the more serious suspension type cases that would be currently suspension, just as Dan described. So again, it's not the quantity of cases, but appropriate to the type of conduct and offense which we're discussing. Is as far as the policy underlying it, this would equate the sanction of revocation to those more serious offenses versus as it is right now suspension cases.
I just want to thank you guys for working on that. Like I said, I think it's very important that y'all worked on this to make sure we're doing our part to keep the confidence and trust of the communities that we're responsible for. So thank you all.
So I have one question specific to this. How many of those 3 or 4 are still licensed? Maybe not appointed or commissioned, but licensed right now?
That's a good question. We could find that out for you. Yeah, we could look that up.
I can look that up for you and get that back as quick as I can.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
I'll make go ahead and make a motion that we accept the proposed amendment to existing rule 223.19.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. John, I want to compliment you and your team. You consistently come to these meetings so well prepared and ready to speak, and I very much appreciate it. as we all do. Okay, we are getting close upon the 12:30 hour, so I'm going to ask for anyone that has public comment to come forward. As you do, please state your name and your affiliation. Just a reminder, you have about 3 minutes to make your comments.
I'm
sorry,
sorry,
2
I'm
or
sorry.
3?
I'm sorry. This is only unrelated.
Oh, I'm sorry,
to-
yes, I'm sorry. Thank you, I didn't finish my sentence. Public comment will be for anyone that's not related to one of the cases that is on the agenda for later. So this will just be kind of general public comments.
Okay. I'll try to be brief. You all have received a letter from 7 statewide and some local organizations.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, could you state your name and your affiliation?
My name is Kathy Mitchell, and I'm here on behalf of Equity Action. We are a local group here in Austin. This is related to the model policies that you all have sent out to law enforcement agencies, and I was delighted to hear that you are able to rapidly reach all of those agencies with updates. We are concerned that the model policy related to departmental files is unsupported by statute. Confidentiality that you all maintain for data that you collect here at TCOLE is clearly supported by statute. But at the local level, where these model policies are being adopted, it is not the case that the departmental file is confidential by law. So I think you all are aware of that. There was considerable discussion about this issue during the legislative session, and bills to create that level of confidentiality at the local level did not pass. So given the heightened level of discourse around the issue and the failure of the authorizing legislation, we believe very strongly that this organization, upon which most law enforcement heavily relies for good legal advice with respect to good, solid model policies, should direct an update to all the law enforcement agencies with respect to that provision in the model policy related to personnel files having to do with the confidentiality of departmental files. Current law for most agencies is that the material in departmental files, as you are perceiving that idea in this model policy, depends a lot on what it is that is being requested. And all of Chapter 552 would apply. That does not mean that information gets released willy-nilly. I promise you it does not. So I don't think that there's any, ongoing authority that would authorize what it is that you all sent out, and I would hope that you would withdraw it. And I have our letter if you want a copy. Great, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. We appreciate you taking the time to be here. I mean, anyone that comes and appreciate you spending a few hours with us, but appreciate the public comments.
Morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name's Jaime Ayala. I'm the Police Chief in Edinburgh, Texas. I just wanted to take a minute to say a few words about TCOLE and the direction that it's been going under the leadership of our Director, Greg Stevens. Recently, we in Edinburgh went through the Academy application process, and I just wanted to share the experience with you. It went very smooth. Jerry Miner was phenomenal in helping us make sure that we got what we needed to get done, and it got done very quickly, and we've been licensed. So the staff's doing a great job. I know they don't hear it very often, and you certainly don't hear it very often, and I just wanted to give some opportunity to take that and say thank you for what TCOLE is doing.
Thank you,
Thank you, Chief, for providing us with that information.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Madam. My name is Daniel Godbout. I'm not affiliated with anybody. I'm a former peace officer, reserve, actually. Well, according to the new rule, I'd have actually been part-time because I was paid at my first agency, so it's actually good that you brought that up and why I'm here today. During COVID, my family got sick with COVID. I lost my job, and I was not able to do the de-escalation class. Since then, also it was all very hard for me because I was not with an agency at the time to get the class. I've maintained all my TCOLE hours since then. At the time my license went inactive, it was at 64 hours minus the one class. Actually, I'm already caught up with this cycle as well, also with the last cycle, except missing 1 hour in the alert class. What I'm asking for the commission is, according to the current rule for reactivation, reserve officers do not have a pathway to reactivation except for going back to the academy. It's only for full-time. That rule was actually changed in 2015, actually the year I graduated from the academy. And I understand why the rule was there, as he discussed today in a proposal 10. There was really no definition between reserve and full-time. What I'm requesting from the commissioner, I have a letter from one of my agencies, my sergeant, requesting if you guys have the authority to offer me a one-time waiver so I can actually go ahead and take the TCOLE reactivation test and forego going back to the academy again. I brought one of my other sergeants here as well to testify on my behalf. I do have a letter that I brought from you guys from another sergeant as well if you guys would like it. I don't know who I give this to. Thank you. Sorry.
That's fine, that's correct.
Okay, first of all, the lady that's directly behind you, I'm going to ask you to get with her and fill out.
I did.
Oh, I don't have.
It's Daniel Godbout. And at the very bottom, I put reactivation waiver.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I thought
Yes,
you were
ma'am.
on the, I thought you were with one of the other groups, so
no,
my
no,
apologies.
ma'am,
So, okay, we have that. If you want to give that to this lady right here,
Oh,
that's
which one?
next to you.
No, she got to.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, yeah, if you want to hand that there, and someone from staff will get back with you on it, okay?
Hello, committee. My name is Rodney Menina. I just wanted to emphasize what Daniel had said. He was with our agency. He did work more than what a reserve would work part-time. He's a great peace officer, and I would like to just emphasize if you would give him the opportunity to be recertified without having to go back through the course of the basic law enforcement course. Thank you for your time.
And I'm going to ask you, sir, if you'll get with Ms. Moore, and she's going to have you fill out a card since you did speak. During public comment, we're unable to take any action based on that. So someone from staff will get back with you and talk through what options or, if there is a process available to you. So again, appreciate you doing that, and we are, my goodness, we're about 12:31 here. We are going to take a 15-minute break, and we'll see everybody back here in just a few minutes. We are now back in session. We're going to move to agenda item number 14, which is discuss and take action to finally adopt the amendment to existing TCOLE Rule 211.30, Chief Administrator responsibilities, excuse me, for Class A and B waivers, requiring a completed agency background investigation report and personal history statement to be included in an agency's request for a waiver. Counsel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, next for your consideration is a rule for final adoption. This was proposed at the March 2025 meeting. It has gone out for public comment. The function of this rule is the applicant's personal history statement and the agency's completed background investigation must be in a request for a waiver for a or B misdemeanor in the packet to be considered for bringing to you, the commissioners, for your consideration. As you will see, the amendments to, it is C all the way back. It should be up on the screen there. There it is. Thanks, Iris. The applicant's personal history statement and the agency's background investigation. Again, these will be required parts of the waiver request packet for your consideration in the future. Again, this is amended Rule 21130 for final adoption for your consideration.
Any comments or questions?
I've got a comment. I would like to see, is there a way we could add a section for Class C disqualifying misdemeanors, waivers for Class C disqualifying misdemeanors, maybe at our September meeting, we'll explore and look at some options for that as well?
I would say, Commissioner Berry, with respect to this rule, this is up for final adoption today. If we made any changes to something that wasn't even proposed originally, that would be a substantive change, but that doesn't mean that can't be brought up in either staff preparing something along the lines what you're talking about to bring to September for proposed rule. But as it is right now, adding that would be a substantive change at this point.
Okay. Yeah, if we could bring one relating separately to Class C disqualifying misdemeanors waivers for that, the September meeting, I'd appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the existing TCOLE rule for 211.30 Chief Administrator responsibilities for Class A and B waivers.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Agenda item number 15, discuss and take action to finally adopt the amendment to existing TCOLE Rule 217.7, reporting appointment and separation of licensee related to obtaining fingerprints for all appointments. Counsel?
Commissioners, for your consideration, this is for final adoption amendment to TCOLE Rule 217.7. This requires all applicants and licensees to be fingerprinted and subjected to criminal background checks before being appointed. As you will see there up on the screen, the new amendment, or the amendment I should say, have the person fingerprinted and subjected to search of local, state, U.S. national records to disclose any criminal records. Amendment to existing rule, TCOLE Rule 217.7 for final adoption for your consideration.
Comments or questions?
Make a motion to finally adopt the amendment to existing TCOLE Rule 217.7.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Agenda item number 16 is discuss and take action on agency fee schedule pursuant to TCOLE Rule 211.17, fees and payment. Director Roth.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is not a request, a proposal to change the rule itself, but rather the fee schedule that's promulgated out of that rule. What you have in front of you is some proposed changes, 6 items, 6 additions. 4 of those are new proficiency certificates and 2 are others. Be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions or comments?
Everything's always $35.
Looks in line with everything else, Brian.
Well, the good thing about that is that the appropriated receipt side, it's not like it's a big deal in the budget, so Do we need a motion for this, Counselor?
We do.
Make a motion that we adopt the agency fee schedule.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We'll go to agenda item number 17, which is to discuss and take actions on proceedings for revocation, suspension, and other disciplinary actions. Assistant General Counsel Daniel Walker.
While Dan comes up here, I don't want to get him interrupted once he gets settled in like I did last time. Commissioners, if you'll see and everyone in the crowd, you'll see the graphics up on the look screen and up behind us. I want to give you kind of an overview of all the pending cases with legal. I was talking with the presiding officer about what to expect moving forward as commissioners and also as the licensed community and people watching on YouTube and the public, is you will start to see more proposals for decision on the agendas as we move forward. You will see more administrative penalty cases on the agenda as we move forward. You will see more reprimands and administrative cases at large. As you'll take a look here, as it always has been, E1 cases to not use the nomenclature we use here at the agency. These are referrals. Notice that a criminal case has been initiated, whether someone's arrested, charged, or there's been a disposition in the case. You'll see the pending total legal cases we have is 94. That's both what has been both staffed at the agency level and referred to legal, whether that's from enforcement or otherwise, that we have staffed either with the executive director in the cases of administrative cases, admin penalty cases, or reprimands, and the rest on the way to SOA, or this also includes and encompasses the number that you have on your agenda today. So I want to give you all an idea of the universe of cases that we have, both waiting in the chute before you today and what you'll see in the future. Let's go to the next slide, please, Iris. Any questions on that first bit of information there? Okay, the next currently contested cases at SOA, we have 55, and this is kind of what I want to point out that we were discussing earlier, like as the presiding officer and myself were discussing. Administrative cases, 38. This is a big change from what you had in the past. Normally, what you saw were the E1 or the criminal disposition cases. Obviously, admin penalty cases, we've had that on the books for a while. Certainly, Chief Stevens' direction has been for us to look for alternate ways for compliance with the rules after attempts at compliance have fallen short. One tool that we have at our disposal are admin penalties. But going back again to the administrative cases, these are background confirmation form cases, personal history statement cases, types of cases to where, as you'll see throughout the summaries, if you looked at in your packet, you'll see more and more of these type cases. So if you have any comments or questions about these general numbers, I'll turn it over to Dan if you don't. Thank you.
I'm going to start us off with the default suspension orders. And by way of reminder, the defaults are a situation where a petition was sent out to an appropriate address and there was not a response in a timely manner. First, we have Brian J. Adams. Brian J. Adams was convicted or placed on community supervision for obstructing a highway or other passageway, a Class B misdemeanor. We sought a 10-year suspension, and respondent failed to answer the petition, so we recommend a 10-year suspension on Brian J. Adams. Next up, we have Destiny B. Bailey. Destiny Bailey was convicted or placed on community supervision for driving while intoxicated, a Class B misdemeanor. We sought a 10-year suspension, and the respondent failed to answer the petition, and we recommend a 10-year suspension. Next up, we have Tony Macias, who submitted, caused to be submitted, or filed a false or untruthful background confirmation form to TCOLE, indicating a proper pre-employment background investigation was conducted on a licensee prior to getting appointed with the agency. After reviewing the case, we sought a 120-day suspension, and the respondent failed to answer that petition, so we recommend a 120-day suspension on Tony Macias. Next up, we have Patricia McKenzie, who was convicted or placed on community supervision for driving while intoxicated, a Class B misdemeanor. We sought a 10-year suspension. The respondent failed to answer that petition, and we recommend a 10-year suspension in this case. Next, we have Chauncey McFarland, who is convicted or placed on community supervision for harassment, a Class B misdemeanor. We sought a 10-year suspension. The respondent failed to answer the petition, and we recommend a 10-year suspension on this case. Next is William Melendez, who is convicted or placed on community supervision for duty on striking, structure, fixture, or highway landscaping, $200 or more, a Class B misdemeanor, and driving while intoxicated with BAC over .15, a Class A misdemeanor. We sought a 10-year suspension, and the respondent failed to answer that petition, and we recommend a 10-year suspension. Finally, we have Gabriela A. Silva, who was convicted or placed on community supervision for assault causes bodily injury, a Class A misdemeanor. We sought a 10-year suspension. The respondent failed to answer the petition, and we recommend a 10-year suspension on that. These are the default suspension orders for your consideration, and I'll take any questions you may have.
Any questions?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the default suspension orders for Brian Adams, Destiny Bailey, Tony Macias, Patricia McKenzie, Chauncey McFarland, William Melendez, and Gabriela Silva.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
Moving on from the default suspensions, we come to our default revocations. We have 3 for your consideration today. Fernando Bernal was convicted or placed on community supervision for assault causes bodily injury, married, a Class A misdemeanor involving family violence. We sought revocation. Respondent failed to answer that petition. We recommend the revocation of respondent's license. Next up, we have Sierra Lee, who was convicted or placed on community supervision for assault causes bodily injury, family violence, a Class A misdemeanor, offense involving family violence. We sought revocation. Respondent failed to answer the petition, and we recommend revocation of respondent's license. Finally, in this section, we have Stephen Smart, who's convicted or placed on community supervision for assault causes bodily injury, a Class A misdemeanor involving family violence. We sought revocation, and respondent failed to answer the petition, and we recommend revocation of the respondent's license. These are the default revocation orders for your consideration and questions.
Any questions?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the default revocation orders for Fernando Bernal, Sierra Lee, and Stephen Smart.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
The next section, we have the agreed waivers. By way of reminder, these are cases where a petition was sent to the respondent with a waiver attached, and the respondent ultimately signed that waiver. This means the respondent has agreed to the executive director's recommended disciplinary action contingent upon the commission issuing a corresponding agreed order. First, we have Sarah Sodergren, who was convicted or placed on community supervision for driving while intoxicated, a Class B misdemeanor. We sought a 10-year suspension, and respondent signed the suspension waiver conditionally accepting the 10-year suspension. We recommend the acceptance of respondent's agreed 10-year suspension.
Questions?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the agreed suspension waiver for Sarah Sondergren.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
Next, we have an agreed cancellation waiver in the case of Lacey Watkins. Lacey Watkins was convicted or placed on community supervision for possession of marijuana less than 2 ounces, a Class B misdemeanor, before licensure. We sought cancellation, and respondent signed the cancellation waiver conditionally accepting the cancellation, and we recommend acceptance of respondent's cancellation.
Questions?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the agreed cancellation waiver for Lacey Watkins.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
This brings us next to our agreed administrative penalties waiver. This involves the Talty Police Department. The Talty Police Department failed to timely submit an F5 report to TCOLE for a separated licensee within 7 business days of separation. We sought a $350 administrative penalty, and respondent signed the agreed waiver accepting to pay the $350 administrative penalty. We recommend acceptance of the agreed administrative penalty in the amount of $350.
Does anyone have any questions?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the agreed administrative penalties waiver for the Talty Police Department.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. We will go to the agreed orders of administrative penalties.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Next, we have agreed orders of administrative penalties. These are cases where a notice of administrative penalties was sent to the respondent agency, and the respondent agency answered the petition by requesting a hearing at the State Office of Administrative Hearings. Prior to the hearing, a modified administrative penalty was negotiated. The modified administrative penalty was formally offered to the respondent agency in an agreed order. The respondent agency then signed the agreed order conditionally accepting the modified terms, contingent on the commission issuing a corresponding agreed order. So first, we have Fannin County Sheriff's Office. On or about October 3rd, 2019, and again, on or about August 3rd, 2023, the respondent agency appointed 2 individuals that did not meet minimum standards for licensing or appointment due to criminal history. In addition, the investigation determined an improper background investigation was conducted on one of these appointments. We saw a $2,000 administrative penalty. The respondent agency requested a hearing. After receiving mitigating evidence, we offered and the respondent agency accepted a modified administrative penalty in the amount of $250. We recommend acceptance of the agreed order, assessing an administrative penalty in the amount of $250. Next, we have Santa Maria ISD Police Department. On or about January 14th, 2025, an audit of the agency was conducted, which revealed 7 deficiencies related to maintaining records required for appointed individuals, specifically proofs of weapons qualifications within the preceding 12 months. In addition, a previous audit conducted on or about November 15, 2022, revealed that this agency had prior audit deficiencies. We sought a $1,000 administrative penalty. The respondent agency requested a hearing. And after receiving mitigating evidence, we offered and the respondent agency accepted a modified administrative penalty in the amount of $250. We recommend acceptance of the agreed order, assessing an administrative penalty in the amount of $250. These are the agreed orders of administrative penalties for your consideration.
I have a comment before we, this last one here is the exact reason of an at-risk inspection. And so in the future, shouldn't be 3 years before we go back. I don't know if we went back in between there or not, but this is a perfect example of why. That's all I've said.
Any other comments or questions?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the agreed orders of administrative penalties for Fannin County Sheriff's Office and Santa Maria ISD Police Department.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
Next, we have the agreed orders of suspension. These are cases where a petition was sent to the respondent and the respondent answered the petition by requesting a hearing at the State Office of Administrative Hearings. Prior to the hearing, a modified term of suspension was negotiated. The modified terms were formally offered to the respondents in an agreed order. The respondents signed the agreed order conditionally accepting the modified terms, contingent on the commission issuing a corresponding agreed order. First, we have Cody Bradford. On or about July 10th, 2023, respondent made, submitted, caused to be submitted, or filed a false or untruthful background confirmation form to TCOLE indicating a proper pre-employment background investigation was conducted on himself prior to getting appointed with the agency. We sought a 30-day suspension. After receiving mitigating evidence, we offered and respondent accepted a modified term suspension of 90 days fully probated. We recommend acceptance of the agreed order suspending respondent's license for 90 days fully probated. Next, we had Todd Choate. On or about February 29, 2024, respondent made, submitted, caused to be submitted, or filed a false or untruthful appointment application to TCOLE indicating an individual met the minimum standards for licensing and appointment. we sought a 30-day suspension. After receiving mitigating evidence, we offered and the respondent accepted a modified term of suspension of 14 days. We recommend acceptance of the agreed order suspending respondent's license for 14 days. Next, we have Anna Dorsey. On or about September 27, 2022 to January 25, 2023, respondent made, submitted, caused to be submitted, or filed false or untruthful background confirmation forms to TCOLE indicating proper pre-employment background investigations were conducted on 4 licensees prior to them getting appointed with the agency. Even still, respondent continued to conduct improper background investigations and to violate appointment procedures. We sought a 90-day suspension. After receiving mitigating evidence, we offered and the respondent accepted a modified, actually she accepted the 90 days suspension backdated beginning February 1st, 2025. We recommend acceptance of the agreed order suspending respondent's license for 90 days. Next, we have Mark Johnson. On or about October 3rd, 2019 and August 3rd, 2023, respondent made, submitted, caused to be submitted, or filed a false or untruthful appointment application to TCOLE indicating an individual met the minimum standards for licensing and appointment. We sought a 30-day suspension. After receiving mitigating evidence, we offered and the respondent accepted a modified term of suspension of 14-day suspension. We recommend acceptance of the agreed order suspending respondent's license for 14 days. Next, we have Hayes Lesher. On or about July 10, 2023, respondent made, submitted, caused to be submitted, or filed a false or untruthful background confirmation form to TCOLE indicating a proper pre-employment background investigation was conducted on a licensee prior to getting appointed with the agency. We sought a 30-day suspension, and after receiving mitigating evidence, we offered and the respondent accepted a modified term of suspension of 90 days fully probated. We recommended acceptance of the agreed order suspending respondent's license for 90 days fully probated. Next, we have Carlos Mendoza Jr. On or about June 7th, 2023, respondent was convicted or placed on community supervision for driving while intoxicated, a Class B misdemeanor. We sought a 10-year suspension. After receiving mitigating evidence, during an informal conference with respondent, we offered and respondent conditionally accepted a modified term of suspension for 4 years, followed by a probated suspension of 6 years. We recommend the acceptance of the agreed order suspending respondent's license for 4 years, followed by a probated suspension of 6 years. Next is Luis Montelongo. On or about March 6th, 2024, respondent was convicted or placed on community supervision for driving while intoxicated, a Class B misdemeanor. We sought a 10-year suspension. After receiving mitigating evidence during an informal conference with respondent, we offered and respondent conditionally accepted a modified term of suspension for 5 years, followed by a probated suspension of 5 years. We recommend the acceptance of agreed order suspending respondent's license for 5 years, followed by a probated suspension of 5 years. And lastly, Lizette Velasquez. On or about May 23rd, 2023, respondent was convicted or placed on community supervision for driving while intoxicated, a Class B misdemeanor. We sought a 10-year suspension. After receiving mitigating evidence during an informal conference with respondent, we offered and respondent conditionally accepted a modified term of suspension for 5 years, followed by a probated suspension of 5 years. We recommend the acceptance of the agreed order suspending respondent's license for 5 years, followed by a probated suspension of 5 years. These are the agreed orders of suspension for your consideration.
Any questions, commissioners?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the agreed orders of suspension for Cody Bradford, Choate, Anna Dorsey, Mark Johnson, Hayes Lesher, Carlos Mendoza Jr., Luis Montelongo, and Lizette Velasquez.
Second.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We are now going to move into the proposals for decision. I'm going to remind staff and anyone here that you have 5 minutes to present your thoughts and your side of the coin on this. And if you have anyone for public testimony, or if there's anyone here for public testimony, that they have 3 minutes. So,
Madam Chair, if I could give us an overview.
Absolutely, thank you.
And then we could have staff, and then we could have respondent, and then staff gives the opportunity for rebuttal, if we could go in that order.
do you want to give an overview?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Commissioners, prior to turning it over to Ms. McGee and Mr. Heath, thank y'all for being here. Mr. Hyde, everyone, thank y'all for being here. I want to give you an overview of the commission's role, because it has been a while, as we talked about earlier. Number one, you're seeing more proposals for decisions on the agenda, and number two, it has been a while as a consequence of that since you've seen one where the executive director has brought before you exceptions to a proposal for decision and also a proposed order for you to enter a decision that is ultimately different than that proposal for decision. So I wanted, for everyone's benefit, to refresh our memories as to what the general options are, and then I'll let everyone take over on the specifics of the case. If you'll recall, back at our December meeting, we discussed the Commission's authority to consider and change proposals for decision. Primarily, the Commission has authority pertinent to this case today in two major ways. Number one, it's not all of the ways, but two major ways, is a recommended sanction, and when the ALJ, in the eyes of the executive director, has misapplied the law. What the recommended sanction is, I will give you the normal example, the garden variety example. A DWI comes, it goes through SOA, there's a finding that there was a disposition, that there was a conviction for DWI. The executive director seeks a suspension term of 10 years. I'm using that as a hypothetical example. The proposal for decision looks at the mitigating circumstances in the case, says, yes, there was a violation, yes, there was a conviction for driving while intoxicated. However, in contrast to the executive director's recommended sanction of 10 years, I am proposing 2 years, 3 years, a reprimand, whatever the case may be. And in that instance, the executive director has the ability to file exceptions with the ALJ, see if he gets a ruling from the ALJ. If the ALJ turns down those exceptions, then has the opportunity to bring before you, the commissioners, a recommended sanction, the ability in the form of the proposed order to say, please change the sanction to what I requested. Obviously, as long as it's within the rules, as long as the findings of fact support it, that would be something that you would see with respect to a recommended sanction. The second pertinent instance, again, these are not the only instances, but that's pertinent to our discussion today, is misapplication of the law. Whether there's a misinterpretation of of statutes, whether there's a misapplication of rules, whatever the case may be, an agency standard of some kind, that is one of the conditions to which you can consider changing a proposal for decision. Again, reasoned out in a final order that's brought to you for your consideration. Now, today before you have a proposed order in this matter. Actually, you have two proposed order. Mr. Hyde has submitted order as well, along with the executive director's proposed order. Both are in your packet. There is a supplement to the executive director's order as well. But what you have is basically the decision, and I'll let Mr. Hyde advocate on his behalf because I know he knows what's in order and I don't want to speak for him. But on the executive director's side is basically saying, reject the proposal for decision for the reasons that we state, and I'll leave those to council here in a moment. As a result of that, the license should be canceled. That's what the executive director's proposed order is basically telling you for all the reasons that you'll hear in a few minutes. Now, what that means is with respect to what are your basic options, and Madam Chair, I'd like to reserve some time after all the parties have spoken to perhaps give an overview of the discussions by the parties, and again, reiterate this with respect to what we've talked to. Your general options are You can accept the proposal for decision as it is, and again, we will discuss this prior to your final discussion, or you can accept the executive director's proposed order as it's presented, or any other amendments you want to make to it. Madam Chair, if there are any comments or questions from the commissioners, I'd be glad to have them at this point.
Commissioners? Okay. And just to clarify, it's 5 minutes, not 5 minutes a person. So,
Council gets 5, and each public member per person gets 3
Madam Chair.
minutes. Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yep.
okay. Yeah, to clarify, you will get 5 for council. Public comment will get 3
Per person,
per person.
yeah.
Well, earlier, when the public comments were available, the statement was that it was 5, and now it's being reduced to 3. I want to understand, and I'm sorry.
Public comment is 3. If the person or council wants to speak, it's 5.
First of all, I'm sorry, Commission. My name is George Hyde. I'm with the law firm of Hyde Kelly, and I represent Mr. Cortez and some other officers in another proceeding related to the same issue. I'm here today in order to represent Mr. Cortez in his proposal for decision that he has promoted. I just wanted to respect the commission and be able to tell you who I am. Also, I'm a retired police commander from the city of Selma, Texas, 23 and a half years commissioned. So I've been around a little bit here too. Each of the members behind me are utilizing their right under the Open Meetings Act to provide public testimony. And that is separate and distinct from anything related to this proposal. Every person in Texas is authorized to speak before or during the consideration of an item by state law. So that's what they're exercising. So if you're saying that that exercise of testimony is 3 minutes, then I just want to make sure that the record is clear. It's not public comment, because this is actually the public testimony portion of the statute.
I'm going to correct you, George. We're going to have to agree to disagree, as we discussed earlier. They didn't testify at the hearing. As a result, they can give public comment here today. The commissioners are limited to the record that was presented at the hearing and the testimony at the hearing, which they have all the exhibits, all the filings. But they certainly can speak on behalf, but they cannot consider this as testimony at the hearing.
No, I understand that. This is not testimony pursuant to the administrative process. It's just the name that the legislature made it in the Open Meetings Act, is they call it public testimony. But I'm not suggesting that it's amending the administrative record in the administrative proceeding.
Fair enough.
Thank you. And so 3 or 5?
5 per council side, 3 per public comment.
Thank you very much.
We still have 5 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Thank you. So we're here today in November of 2014.
Would you state your name, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Lauren McGee from the Attorney General's office.
Thank you.
In November 2014, the respondent was convicted or placed on community supervision when he received a deferred disposition for an assault involving family violence. He was later licensed as a peace officer, even though he was ineligible due to that prior community supervision for assault family violence. The executive director filed a licensing action seeking cancellation, and respondent requested a SOA hearing. The case was referred to the Attorney General's office, where we docketed it at SOA. We filed a motion for summary disposition, which was denied by the ALJ. The hearing on the merits occurred November 19th of 2024, and the executive director and respondent agreed to stipulated facts, so there was no actual witness testimony at that hearing. It was all just boiled down to what we believe was a question of law. On February 4th of 2025, the ALJ issued their PFD and did not recommend cancellation. The executive director filed exceptions, which were denied. And I'll allow Mr. Heath to take over from here.
Thank you. I'll be covering the proposed order of cancellation. So the issue in this case is whether Respondent Cortez was placed on community supervision, as that term is defined in TCOLE's rules, in any court for an offense involving family violence. First, the PFD found that Respondent's deferred disposition of a Class C misdemeanor for assault family violence in a municipal court, number one, is an offense involving family violence, and number two, that Respondent was placed on probation as a result of this deferred disposition. However, the PFD erred by determining that being placed on probation for deferred disposition is excluded from TCOLE's definition of community supervision because the term deferred adjudication does not include deferred disposition. As background, TCOLE's definition of community supervision first became effective on August 1st, 2001. At that time, the Justice and Municipal Court provisions of the Code of Criminal Procedure stated that a justice may defer further proceedings without entering an adjudication of guilt and place the defendant on probation, and this was referred to as deferred adjudication in that same CCP provision. Thus, at the time of the adoption of TCOLE's definition of community supervision, deferred adjudication was the term used for the deferral of proceedings without entering an adjudication of guilt in all criminal courts in Texas. And a term must be understood as defined at the time a statute or rule is enacted or adopted, as the Texas Supreme Court and the Court of Criminal Appeals have stated. This means that the term deferred adjudication in TCOLE's definition of community supervision refers to the deferral of proceedings in any criminal court in Texas and includes deferred disposition. The CCP uses community supervision and probation separate provisions which apply to distinct supervision programs specific to different courts. Specifically, community supervision applies to district and county courts, and probation applies to justice and municipal courts. The PFD excludes deferred disposition from the term deferred adjudication because it argues that deferred adjudication does not exist in justice or municipal court. However, the CCP does not mention probation as a possible option for a conviction in a justice or municipal court. Therefore, if the term deferred adjudication in TCOLE's definition does not include deferred disposition, then the term probation in that definition would be superfluous and without meaning according to the logic of the PFD, as neither deferred adjudication nor conviction would apply. But Texas courts have held that laws must not be interpreted in a manner that renders any part meaningless or superfluous. Thus, to give full effect to probation, the term deferred adjudication must include deferred disposition. This is further supported by Texas courts which have equated deferred disposition to deferred adjudication and have used the terms interchangeably in court opinions. And the use of in any court in the minimum standards rule encompasses all courts, including municipal court.
1 minute.
Similarly, the phrase any court-ordered community supervision or probation in the definition is meant to include all supervision programs and is only limited by exclusion of pretrial diversion. As such, TCOLE's definition uses both community supervision and probation deliberately incorporates all court-ordered supervision programs in Texas criminal courts, which includes deferred disposition. Finally, the PFD relies on the CCP provision that after dismissal of the deferred disposition, the complaint may not be used against the person for any purpose and argues that TCOLE lacks express statutory authority to consider deferred dispositions. But the term complaint is narrowly defined in the CCP, and the documents used by TCOLE to establish the deferred disposition do not constitute a complaint. For these reasons, the Executive Director recommends modifying the PFD's conclusions of law numbers 11 through 15 as proposed in the order of cancellation and canceling the peace officer license of respondent. I'm available for any questions.
Do we have any questions at this point? Okay. If you'll
Yes. Council needs to go first, Chief. If you'll step, I think council needs to go before you, Chief.
Oh, okay.
Isn't that right?
That's correct.
As long as they get to speak during or prior.
I think it's been clear that they're gonna get their 3 minutes to speak. Council, he got 5 minutes, and you get your 5 minutes as council, and then everyone there will get 3 minutes.
I understand.
As a reminder, Commissioners, all public comment that you receive during this portion is public comment, can't be discussed in response to the public comments themselves, and also can't be considered for the purposes of this matter because none of the people giving public comment testified at the hearing.
Commissioners, my name is George Hyde. As I mentioned earlier, I'm here representing Mr. Cortez in his request for no cancellation and to be reinstated after a 14-month 16-month suspension that has not been approved by anyone during the administrative process. First of all, I'd like to say that the situation here is one that triggers your oath of office. When you took this position as a commissioner, and officers have to raise their right hand and say they're going to protect, preserve, and defend the law of Texas. And so we're going to demonstrate to you today how the law of Texas is not being followed. And I want to mention that I have the most professional respect for your staff and your legal individual. They're utmost professional. They're very competent, very capable, but no one is infallible. And this is a situation where the executive director respectfully just got it wrong. And he's not a lawyer. I understand that, but the record in the motion for summary judgment documents that were provided with the decision shows that the San Antonio Academy, Police Officer Academy, got it right. The Universal City got it right when they commissioned him. 2 years later, Guadalupe County got it right when they commissioned him. Then Cibolo got an opportunity, they got it right. And then the State Office of Administrative Hearings got it right. The only individual out of all of those organizations that feel the way that the executive does with regard to this law is the executive director. And so I want to point to you where and why the law is the way it is. Now, in 2001 was actually the start of this point, and the real issue here is that there are two separate laws. There is the one for adjudicative disposition and community supervision, and all of those have a viable complaint that has not been dismissed. In Chapter 45A 0305, and by the way, that's the legislature doubling down on this language because that was just effective January 1st, 2025. They recodified it with the same language that has been there for many, many years. And it just says that on determining that a defendant has complied with the requirements imposed by the judge under this subchapter, the judge shall dismiss the complaint. And so this is a case where a judicial officer, a court judge, has considered the issues at the time that the event occurred and dismissed the complaint. And I know all the officers up here know that if the complaint gets dismissed, there is nothing. There is nothing at all. And so here, different than supervised supervision or community service or any of those other parts, this is where the complaint gets dismissed. This is a pre-trial diversion statute. And pre-trial diversion is specifically accepted from your rules. If a complaint is dismissed under subsection A, there is not a final conviction, and the complaint may not be used against the person for any purpose. I want to share that again. This is what the legislation states. There is not a final conviction, and the complaint may not be used against the person for any purpose. That is state law. And that state law preempts anything to the contrary that would be in your commission rules. It's very standard.
1 minute, George.
Okay? So, you know, the commissioner, or the executive director today, talked a lot about having your meeting in the future with regards to trying to modify your penalties and make waivers. The first one that was used as an example was unlawful carrying of a weapon. I know from my 23 and a half years on the streets that unlawful carrying a weapon, when it was prohibited, was a gateway to something else. I typically, if I found an unlawfully carried weapon, there was drugs, there was something else going on, because people don't usually illegally carry guns to places that they're not going to fear for some kind of criminal offense. You know, the misapplication of the rules is just a mistake, and I don't, there's no application of harm here. I mean, not harm, but fault, but that's where we stand.
5 minutes.
I'm sorry?
5 minutes. We'll wrap it up,
thank you.
George.
There was a lot of discussion today about
waivers or less than suspensions for things like Class A offenses and Class B offenses. And here, the evidence in the summary judgment showed that this was a Class C offense, which was also charged against the other member of the family, and it arrived out of a tussle for a suitcase. It was hand touching, an offensive touching. Any sibling or any person that's had siblings has been the victim of an offensive touching. It's just a touching when you didn't want to be touched. And that's why the officer, as we all know, he charges both with a Class C offense so that he can kick it to the prosecutor and check out today.
You're almost a minute over, George. Could we wrap it up, please?
Right. Well, I think that the SOA order stands on its own. It's very clear that the statute says that you are barred from using a deferred dismissed Class C misdemeanor as an issue, and so we were asked that you adopt our no cancellation order and return Mr. Cortez to work. Thank you.
For everyone involved, we're going to go ahead and do public comment related to this, and then we'll come back for a rebuttal. And as you come up, if you will please state your name, please, and any affiliation.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. My name is Cedric Andrews, and I'm the Chief of Police for the Cibolo Police Department. Look, I have one mission just to come before you today, and that's really to talk to you about Officer Ernie Cortez. Our mission in the Cibolo Police Department is kind of clear with us, right? We talk to our officers about the importance of enforcing the law while fostering positive community relations. And today, that's what I would like to talk to you about, the enforcement of the law, because I think the law is clear. In this matter, the commission, the position that the matter just challenges before you is our commitment to our officers to do those things, enforce the law. I would employ to this commission that we would do the same and properly follow the law as it's been provided regarding this case with Ernie. Mr. Cortez has been in our police department since July of 2022. And since that time, he has valiantly served and protected our community with honor, professionalism, and dedication. In fact, not only has he does that, Ernie is also a leader in our department. He served as a field training officer, school resource officer, and a mentor. For 14 months since his license has been inactivated, he's continued to mentor people in an administrative role in our professional ranks. Mr. Cortez not only has done this, not only does he do this in the organization, Ernie and I have talked over this time about his dream of becoming a Texas police officer, how important that was to him, and what he's been affected with going forward. Mr. Cortez represents everything that is right about this profession. He's well respected in our police department and our community. I humbly ask this commission to consider the decisions made by an independent judicial review of this case, return Mr. Cortez to the profession that he has worked his whole life to want to be a part of. At this time, I think, as this commission said early, at a time when it's difficult to attract and retain qualified, honorable police officers, I ask that you restore one who not only has the respect of his community and the officers, but has also served this noble profession honorably since his time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Nipper, and I'm the Operations Lieutenant for the Cibolo Police Department. My agency takes professionalism very seriously, so much so that it's a key component of our mission statement. We strive for professionalism in all that we do, which includes our background investigations. While I did not conduct the background investigation for Officer Cortez, I reviewed reports from the officers that did. And what we found was the same as his previous two agencies, which was that he had nothing in his background which would prevent him from holding a Texas Peace Officer license. Based on all of that, I was not overly concerned when his file was flagged for review during an audit. However, I've been deeply concerned with what has taken place since February of 2024. The agency was notified that by TCOLE that Officer Cortez should have never been granted a license. We were fortunate enough to have the support of our city, who stood by their previous decision and evaluation that Officer Cortez was eligible for a license. A lengthy legal process ultimately ended with a favorable decision that Officer Cortez was in fact eligible to hold a TCOLE license. We are now being advised that despite these findings, the commission staff is not proposing to reinstate Officer Cortez. If the commission wants to change eligibility requirements, there are processes to enact those changes. I support a fair, equitable, and professional process that aims to improve Texas law enforcement. What I can't support is ignoring all of the input and law provided in this case and refusing to reinstate an officer who, under current rules, is eligible to hold a peace officer license in the state of Texas. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Counsel?
There we go. So a few things here to address. Opposing counsel brought up that the judge shall dismiss the complaint and the complaint cannot be used for any purpose and there's no conviction. First, it's notable that enabling statutes for other state licensing agencies and Occupations Code Chapter 53 allow the use of deferred dispositions for licensing purposes, and the Ware v. TCOLE case established that TCOLE is not limited in its discretion to adopt standards beyond the legislatively established floor, just as TCOLE has chosen to do by rule. The authority to use deferred dispositions is confirmed by at least 6 license actions from 2001 to the present, taken by TCOLE against individuals with a Class C deferred disposition offense involving family violence. And then there was another argument that this is a pretrial diversion statute. However, this is not pretrial diversion. Pretrial diversion is entirely outside of a judge's authority. It's really an agreement with the prosecutor's office that they will abate a case, allow them to fulfill certain conditions, and if they do that, they will dismiss the case. That's not what happened here. This was deferred disposition. It went through to a court order.
Point of order. A minute, 26
Okay,
seconds.
we're not trying the case. He has his time.
But I'm just saying that the time should be fair, and he has exhausted the same amount of time that I did.
You
1
went
minute
time
20
over, he started 12 seconds.
He's
late.
already
gets a
had 5
rebuttal.
minutes.
He gets a rebuttal, and I stated that
Okay,
earlier.
well, that was something new also, but his rebuttal is how long? Because it's.
His rebuttal is 5
We're gonna make up
minutes.
the rules of the process. I want to understand what they are.
His rebuttal is 5
How many?
minutes.
5 minutes more. Okay, then I'm going to object that this is unfair because you give him 10 minutes and the respondent not the same amount of time to
He has the
respond.
burden of proof.
That's my objection.
That he has the burden of proof?
No, that this is ad hoc and the rules are changing as the time. There was no discussion about a response or a rebuttal until it was made up about 30 minutes ago. And so I'm objecting to the process because the process is not fair. In every location, in the Court of Appeals, when I've spoken in over half of them and argued cases, it's 20 minutes each side. If you want a rebuttal, you got to reserve. Typically 5 minutes, so you have 15, 5, and 20. Nothing of that has been done here. This
Okay,
process is
I'm
inappropriate.
going
I
to
have a
step
point
in
of order.
now and stop you. You've taken about half an hour of time discussing minutes and times and the rules
These
and
are
the setup.
procedures that are
I'm
not
sorry,
being
I'm
followed.
speaking now. And so you have started to argue your case while discussing the rules. You've had your time. I think it's fair for his rebuttal as well, but right now is the gentleman's time to continue with his. We will also ask questions, perhaps, of you all, and then there's no time limits there for the commission and for you to respond to those. So,
I
please
understand. I'm
continue.
asking for action by the board to provide equal time to both parties.
Okay. We've made the rules, and it is now their turn to rebut. If you please sit down, sir.
So you're not going to take action on my request?
I am not taking action on your request.
Okay, thank you.
We've used about 2 minutes of rebuttal time as well, too.
it's.
of your time.
That's all I had to say as far as rebuttal goes.
So let the record show that Assistant General Counsel Heath had about 1 minute and 30 seconds of rebuttal time of his 5.
Commissioners, questions of any of the parties? Or comments?
I don't have any questions. This is something that's come up, at least in my 10 years here. This was prior to Jason and I as the gray hairs. Some clear all them, some don't. Time on the commission. And so for me, this was a clear issue. I didn't have questions, but then again, I've been on the commission for 10 years. So perhaps there are other newer commissioners that are wondering about the process. This definitely is an issue that can be tricky and confusing. It doesn't make a ton of sense. Quite frankly, it made more sense to me once I started doing federal criminal defense work in earnest. And our process is set up just like the federal system is set up. Deferred adjudications, deferred dispositions are looked at. They're not treated any differently than a regular, we would call like a straight up probation. So that's the way I look at it. It's very clear to Mr. Cortez and his group, his team that are here. We received the 500 pages plus supplementals, everything, and we reviewed it. We take these issues very seriously. You can bet that we're not listening to your argument here for the first time. We've spent hours and hours in this case, I presume. I mean, it took me hours to get through it, and I'm pretty well versed in reading through these, and you can see everyone shaking their heads. We spent the time looking at this, and so we know what your arguments are, and we have considered both sides. From my perspective, I agree with what you were saying. This is not a PFD. A PFD is specifically excluded by name in the statute. That's not the situation at all. And I, again, would have to disagree. This is not a changing of eligibility standards or moving of the goalposts halfway through. These are what the standards have been at least the 10 years that I have been here. And that's all I have to say in terms of those two issues that were brought up. And I don't have any questions. Like I said, I already read this for hours and considered all of the points.
And just to clarify real quick, you were referring to PTD,
Oh,
pretrial
sorry,
diversion.
PTD.
Yes.
You're right.
Thank you.
A lot of talks about PFDs. You're right. Pretrial diversions.
Yes. Madam Chair, probably this is my 12th year on the commission. I was on the commission, I believe, whenever we made these changes, and it was for these specific things. We can get into the should it or not have happened or whatever, the night that everything happened. The facts are, we have the charge, we have it set up, and as a person that used to be in charge of signing appointment documents for folks at agencies, at a very large agency, we have told people no for this exact thing that had come before us. And so I'm with Commissioner Burris that, I don't have any questions. I've read through the entire packet. It is very, very well versed in what the points are, what the ALJ's point is, what the executive director and staff's point are in this to me. So I don't have anything.
Any other comments or questions? we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the executive director's proposed order related to Mr. Arnulfo Cortez Jr.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. We're going to do a roll call vote.
Commissioner Sergio Sines.
No.
Commissioner Justin Berry.
Abstain.
Commissioner Patricia Burris.
Sorry. Motion to accept. Yes. Aye.
Commissioner Justin West.
Yes.
Commissioner Jason Hester.
Aye.
Commissioner Kim Lamo.
Yes.
Right. 4 in favor, 1 opposed, and 1 abstain. Motion passed.
Okay. Appreciate your time. Appreciate everyone being here today. I would ask that anyone that spoke that has not, or that did not previously fill out a card, if you would please get with Ms. Moore and get a card and fill that out, we would be most appreciative. Right. We will move to the case of Oscar Ramos Jr.
Just wanted to say thank you.
Oh, I'm
Commissioner.
sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. So who's doing this one? So who's doing the next one?
Give me a second.
Oh, Jenny.
Yeah, Miss Jenny.
Okay.
Miss Jenny.
Jenny.
Commissioners, the following 2 PFDs are related to offices directly related to the duties and responsibilities to the office held by the licensees. SOA has specifically stated in both of these PFDs, for both of these cases, that there was no clear guidance, statute, or rule about what factors go into the decision of whether to revoke or suspend a license in these circumstances. As previously mentioned today, when we were reviewing the rules, specifically Commission Rule 223-19D that was proposed, that amendment will resolve this issue and propose revocation for these types of offenses. So getting into Oscar Ramos. So this is a proposal for decision issued by the State Office of Administrative Hearings for Oscar Ramos. On or about July 11, 2022, respondent was convicted or placed on community supervision for ongoing theft by a public servant in the amount of more than $100 but less than $750, a Class A misdemeanor. We determined that respondent committed an offense directly related to the duties and responsibilities of the office held and filed a license action seeking revocation. Respondent requested a hearing, which was held on January 5th, 2025. The administrative law judge issued a PFD finding that respondent had been placed on community supervision for an offense directly related to the duties and responsibilities of respondent's licenses and recommends the revocation of respondent's licenses. We recommend acceptance of the PFD and the revocation of the respondent's licenses for your consideration.
Sure. Just to see.
Is there anyone here to speak on behalf of Oscar Ramos Jr.? I don't see anyone coming forward. Any questions for council? Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the proposal for decision for the revocation of Oscar Ramos's license.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Again, we'll do a roll call vote.
Commissioner Sergio Sines.
Yes.
Commissioner Justin Berry.
Yes.
Commissioner Patricia Burris.
Aye.
Commissioner Justin West.
Yes.
Commissioner Jason Hester.
Yes.
Commissioner Kim Lamo.
Yes.
Okay. Votes were unanimous. Motion passes.
Thank you.
It should be executive director, other party, rebuttal.
This is Martin
Hold on,
Kohick
hold on.
from the Office of the Attorney General for the next PFD for Ratliff.
Yeah, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Martin Koch with the Attorney General's Office. I'm just here to briefly discuss the Kevin Ratliff versus Texas Commission on Law Enforcement case. So in 2018, Mr. Ratliff was convicted of 3 charges. 2 of those were for the crime of official oppression. Mr. Ratliff appealed those convictions to the Austin Court of Appeals and then the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals. The Court of Criminal Appeals reversed 1 of those convictions, but affirmed the 2 convictions for official oppression. Because official oppression relates directly to the duties and responsibilities of a peace officer, staff recommended that his peace officer license be revoked. In February, we conducted a hearing at the State Office of Administrative Hearings on this revocation. At the hearing, Mr. Ratliff didn't deny that the convictions were, that he was convicted of those two crimes. He seemed to argue that he didn't actually think he did anything wrong. Unfortunately, there's a jury and 2 courts of appeals who disagree with him. And so the administrative law judge wrote a proposal for a decision which recommended revoking Mr. Ratliff's peace officer license. Mr. Ratliff did file special exceptions. However, those special exceptions do not identify any legal error that was committed by the administrative law judge. And so the administrative law judge denied those special exceptions. So at this point, we recommend acceptance of the proposal for a decision and that Mr. Ratliff's peace officer license be revoked. Unless the commissioners have any questions, that will conclude my remarks.
No questions, thank you.
Do we have anyone here to speak on behalf of Kevin Ratliff? Okay. If you'll come down, sir, and state your name.
Thank you, Commissioners.
And just a reminder that you have 5 minutes, sir.
What's that?
Just a reminder that you have 5 minutes to
Okay.
present your information.
Okay.
Thank you,
My name
sir.
is Kevin Ratliff. I was hired with the police department in Llano, for the city of Llano in 1999. Worked there for up until 2018. I was the chief of police from 2013 to 2018. Basically, my case boils down to is there was an individual, which I'm assuming y'all read the proposal. Gosh, it's a mess. But anyway, it was a situation where I thought, because he was standing in that open door, when I arrived on the scene, Officer Shannon had the suspect at taser point. He was in an elevated position, and she was ordering him out of the trailer, and I assumed that he was, under arrest and they were going to arrest him. I stepped in the open threshold of the door, right behind him, and just walked him down the stairs, basically. Appealed this to the 3rd Court and to the Court of Criminal Appeals. At appeal, it was a split decision. On the tampering, it was a 9-0 acquittal, because what I was accused of was no crime. It was 6-3 on the official oppression, and the 3 dissenting justices, they captured, how I feel about the situation, that it's basically a case law situation, and recently I have filed, so the commission knows, and that's mainly why I'm here, is I filed a second writ of habeas on May the 9th of this year, in that it was suppressed evidence on Officer Shannon's interview that was conducted by D.A. McAfee and his investigator, In that interview, the DA, it goes on to say and tell Officer Shannon that he felt she lacked criminal liability and criminal intent to commit a false arrest. Yet she was there for the entire, her video is what you see. She was there for 14 minutes and I was there for 4. And from my arrival, what I saw, I was going off of the collective knowledge of the officers, stepped in behind, safely escorting him out of the RV, and that was pretty much it. He was handcuffed and taken to jail. But I have filed a second writ for this suppressed evidence because I believe the jury would have heard that the DA felt that Officer Shannon, who was holding him at taser point and ordering him out of the trailer, if he felt she didn't have criminal liability, then I don't see how they, how he felt that I was criminally liable going off of the collective knowledge doctrine. But I know the SOA court, the ALJ recommended a revocation. I'm just asking that because y'all do have the discretion to do a suspension up into revocation, that you would lean more towards the suspension side of this, being that it's at the time it's since been settled with the Supreme Court in Lane v. California, but at that time, which was in 2017, there was no governing law to
1 minute.
okay, definitively say that. So I'm just asking if y'all would consider the suspension part of it instead of a revocation.
Who wants? Yeah, who wants one?
Would you like to rebut it? Do a rebuttal? Okay. Commissioners, do we have questions of either of the parties?
A general question, do we know where on the criminal side, this last appeal that was just mentioned is not on our side, not on the civil side, on the criminal side?
I think what Mr. Ratliff was referring to is filing another action for habeas corpus. That the first one was denied. We had initially abated the SOA case to let that one to go through. You can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think to the extent that it's just still ongoing, it's just it's kind of like nothing. It doesn't really affect the commission's ability to adopt the proposed finding.
It doesn't, but you answered my question. I was wondering, had it been appealed, what happened? But you're giving me the information that this is now the second time. The first time habeas was denied.
Right. He did have counsel for the first habeas application, and he might know better than I do, but I don't think that one was appealed. I assume it's not, given that he's filing a second one.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Okay. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the proposal for decision to revoke the license of Kevin Ratliff.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
Commissioner Sergio Sines.
Yes.
Commissioner Justin Berry.
Yes.
Commissioner Patricia Burris.
Aye.
Commissioner Justin West.
Yes.
Commissioner Jason Hester.
Aye.
Commissioner Kim Lamo.
Yes.
All unanimous, motion is passed.
Yeah. Thank you for being here today, sir. Appreciate your time. Okay. And we are now going to move to the section of for information only with Assistant General Counsel Mark Duncan.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. So I will run real quickly through the summary of these for your information only cases. There's no action required from you on these. We have had 11 statutory suspensions, 5 statutory revocations, 2 term surrenders, 25 permanent surrenders, and I know it shows 4, but we've had 2 reprimands for administrative violations since the last meeting. 2 of those were dragged on from the last agenda, so they're repeats. These actions have already taken place by statute or operation of law, so no action is needed by you.
We'll now move to agenda item number 18, which is to discuss and take action to approve the recommendations for the Law Enforcement Achievement Awards.
Thank you, Commissioners. Again, agenda item number 18, as the presiding officer stated, is to approve the recommendations by the judging panel that I referenced earlier for the 31 individuals in the categories of public service, professional achievement, and valor. Those names are in your packet beginning on page 378, and I submit them to you for your consideration and approval.
Or do we have any comments or questions?
No, I'm excited to go tomorrow.
She's
I
ready.
love it. I love being there. I love that it's at the Capitol. I really love that for the families and the honorees. It gives such dignity and respect and adulation and any other term you can put in there to the individuals who receive those awards. And I think it's great, and I really appreciate, and I can tell that the families and the honorees really appreciate that it's done in such a dignified way at the Capitol. So I'm glad you got us back in there. Good job, Gretchen. And on that note, I would make a motion to approve the recommended names for the Law Enforcement Achievement Awards for 2025.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Pleased to announce the motion passes. And once again, thank you, Gretchen, to you and your team, but also to the folks that sat on the committee, the review committee. It's a lot of time that they dedicated to this, and we appreciate all those folks that you mentioned earlier.
And if I can take a point of privilege on that, it is a team effort. Yes, the judging panel did a tremendous job in reviewing those thoroughly and making their recommendations. I'd also like to give credit to our internal team. Danny Story-Stinson and Kate Andrews have both pulled a lot of the heavy lift on this as we got toward the end of legislative session, and my time was a little bit more taken up. They've really taken the ball and run with it, and I expect to have a great ceremony tomorrow.
Yeah. You made the point earlier that these are accepted throughout the year. So if we could take the opportunity where it's appropriate, as we're communicating with, do any of our communications, but particularly with our licensed community, if we can take the opportunity when it's available and appropriate to mention that, that would be most appreciated.
We will propagate that out across the state as much as we can when we travel, and when we put out communications on our own website and in our some of our emails, and certainly on our social media platforms. Gretchen's team is growing, and we are having more and more capabilities to communicate more and more expansively.
Yeah, because we would like to see even more applications. We have some amazing work going on throughout the state, and those folks deserve to be recognized and celebrated for what they do. I don't know that I know of any law enforcement agency that doesn't do some type of awards, handing out some type of awards or doing awards ceremony. And, yeah, it's a little bit of work to turn people in for the awards, but most of the time it's already been written up and they're already a part of an internal process. So just extending it a little bit for the folks that meet the criteria for our TCOLE awards, we'd appreciate even more applications next year. So we will move to agenda item number 19, which is to discuss and take action on the 2006 Commissioner Workshop and Commission meeting dates and location.
Just
Director.
very quickly, Madam Presiding Officer, we looked at, answering to a couple of times that you and I had spoken, along with the Assistant Presiding Officer, so during 2025, we're meeting 4 times. That's only once a quarter, and that can result in an agenda like this that's pretty long, and sometimes we go too long without enough communication. 6 meetings, that's once every 2 months. That can get a little bit too much, and turning over the notebooks, that's a short fuse. So 5 times in a year, that's actually once every 10 weeks. That seems about the right balance, so that's my proposal. Essentially, again, 5 meetings in the year, once every 10 weeks. Those dates fell in February, April, June to coordinate with the Achievement Awards. We want to keep that right there. And then in September and November, and I've got those dates, and we looked at holding 3 of those in Austin. Again, that's economical because that's where we are, but we also know that there's value in going out across the state so that we can encourage our licensees and agency representatives, academy representatives, training coordinators to come to the meetings so we get more involvement, more feedback. They hear what we're doing. So my proposal is that on February, and I'm going to give you 2 dates. Obviously the meeting date is the second one, and we want to reserve the day before in case we need a workshop. Not that we will need a workshop every time, but if we do, we have that date on there, and we can determine the need for a workshop as we go through. So that we meet here in Austin on February 4th and 5th of 2026, San Antonio on April 15th and 16th, back here in Austin on June 24th with the 24th, 25th, the meeting, if we needed a workshop, the meeting on the 25th, and then the Achievement Awards ceremony would be planned for June 26th of 2026. And then we go up to Plano, Texas, up into the Metroplex in September on the 2nd and the 3rd. And then back here to close out the year in Austin on November 19th and 20th. That's my proposal.
Any feedback from the commissioners?
Oh, I think it looks good. I think this looks well.
We're not taking comments from you.
Motion to adjourn. We're not there yet, sorry.
Okay, no action needed on that. I guess we will proceed since there's not any
I'll take that
relevant
direction, and
comments.
we will calendar those dates with your direction.
Absolutely. Looking at agenda item number 20, which was public comment, we've already been there and done that. Agenda item number 21 is executive session. We will not be going into executive session today, so that kind of nullifies item number 21 and 22, which is returning from executive session. So we will come to agenda item number 23, which is an
Motion.
adjournment.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion and I believe 3 seconds. Do we have any discussion?
Should we leave? I mean, Jason needs more time.
No.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. Motion passes and we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.